O mundo está cheio de pessoas que acreditam saber quem somos. Na verdade, pensamos em dizer quem não somos. Para começar, nós não somos uma empresa de envio. Não fabricamos elevadores. Sério, elevadores estão fora da nossa lista. Nós fazemos isso. Somos bons nisso. E nós fazemos tudo isso. Embora você nos encontre aqui e aqui, não geramos energia, ajudamos você a economizá-la. Esta é apenas uma das maneiras pelas quais ajudamos a causar impacto. Somos uma empresa de internet? Não, mas nos conectamos e alimentamos quase tudo ao seu redor. Ajudamos as máquinas a conversarem entre si e com você, tornando sua experiência mais pessoal. Procuramos as grandes questões e respondemos honestamente. Como podemos otimizar nossa energia e recursos? Podemos tornar o acesso à energia e ao digital um direito humano fundamental? Somos pessoas reais, funcionários, desenvolvedores, parceiros, investidores e inventores. Todos interessados em causar impacto. Somos pessoas abertas, seres humanos de todos os tipos e de todos os lugares, aprendendo uns com os outros. Não estamos aqui para salvar o mundo. Ele continuará conosco ou sem nós. Estamos aqui para ser seu parceiro digital para sustentabilidade e eficiência. Life is on, em todos os lugares, para todos, a cada momento.
Nós nascemos em 1953. Era uma pequena casa de carnes. Nossa empresa cresceu e hoje somos uma das líderes globais de alimentos. A gente existe para alimentar o mundo com os melhores e mais gostosos produtos. Para fazer isso, a gente evolui o tempo todo com a nossa plataforma global. 280 mil colaboradores em mais de 250 unidades produtivas nos 5 continentes. Somos líderes globais de mercado em categorias-chave. Número 1 em carne bovina, número 1 em frango, número 2 em carne suína. E seguimos inovando, crescendo em alimentos preparados e novas categorias como apicultura, plant-based, ovos e proteínas alternativas. Esse é o nosso jeito de fazer. Cada vez mais e cada vez melhor. Para cada um, para todo mundo, para o mundo todo. JBS. A gente alimenta um futuro melhor.
Senhoras e senhores, bom dia. Informamos que este evento conta com o serviço de tradução simultânea e os aparelhos podem ser retirados da entrada deste auditório. Nesse mesmo aparelho, você também poderá escolher o canal para assistir a palestra da sua preferência. E este momento será avisado. Informamos também que este evento está sendo transmitido em inglês e português no canal da Confederação Nacional da Indústria, CNI, no YouTube. Assistiremos agora ao vídeo institucional da CNI.
Já parou para pensar no tanto de coisa que a indústria faz para todo mundo todos os dias? Então olha só, a indústria faz os produtos que todo mundo se aproveita. Mas quem reaproveita é ela mesma. E cria novos produtos com o mesmo material. A indústria vive inventando uma nova tecnologia. E também vive reinventando. Sempre querendo ser cada vez mais inovadora. Ela pensa na educação e em oportunidades para os jovens. Até porque são eles que ajudam a repensar e recriar o futuro da indústria. É assim que a indústria cria o que está no nosso dia a dia e recria todos os dias, seguindo novos caminhos para ser mais forte e mais sustentável. A indústria cria, a indústria é mais.
Sejam todos muito bem-vindos ao evento PRÉ-COP30, o papel do setor privado na agenda de clima. Uma realização da Confederação Nacional da Indústria e co-realização do Serviço Social da Indústria, SESI, e do Serviço Nacional de Aprendizagem Industrial, SENAI. E tem como objetivo debater e apresentar propostas do setor industrial para a 30ª Conferência do Clima COP30, que será realizada em Belém, no Pará. Este encontro reúne representantes do governo federal, CEOs de grandes empresas e especialistas de sustentabilidade. Este evento conta com os seguintes patrocínios: categoria Ouro, JBS e Schneider Electric. Categoria Prata, Associação Nacional dos Fabricantes de Veículos Automotores, Anfávia. BRF Marfrig, Instituto Brasileiro de Petróleo e Gás, IBP. Latam Airlines, Suzano, Singenta, CPFL, PepsiCo. Categoria Bronze, Ambev, Aegea Saneamento, Braskem, Acelen, Hidro, Itaúsa, Vale, Instituto Brasileiro de Mineração, IBRAM e Albras. Para compor o palco de abertura, convidamos o presidente da Confederação Nacional da Indústria, CNI, Ricardo Alban, acompanhado do secretário executivo do Ministério das Cidades, Ailton Madureira de Almeida, aqui representando o ministro Jader Filho. Do High Level Climate Champion da COP30, Dan Yosp. E do Chair da Sustainable Business COP SB COP, Ricardo Mussa. Para dar as boas-vindas a todos, convidamos o presidente da CNI, Ricardo Alban.
Bom dia, amigas, amigos. Da sustentabilidade, do desenvolvimento econômico, social, do Brasil do amanhã, do desenvolvimento humano, do clima, da descarbonização, amigas e amigos do nosso planeta Terra. É muita satisfação mesmo podermos estar aqui hoje, mas muita. A COP não só sempre significou muito para a indústria, como a SB COP significa agora algo mais. Começar cumprimentando aqui nossos amigos, aqui representando o ministro Jader Barbalho, secretário executivo Ailton Madureira, obrigado, amigo, pela presença. O nosso campeão de alto nível do clima COP, falar em português, já é não só um campeão, mas muito mais do que a gente elogiar uma pessoa pelo que ela ocupa, pelo que ela está, é pelo que ela é. Então, comentar aqui, meu amigo Dan Yosp, também pessoa que eu passei a conhecer e dedicou muito de si, de forma espontânea. Quero agora de público também, meu amigo Mussa, agradecer todo o seu carinho, assim como o nosso amigo Dan fez com o B20. Quero lhe agradecer bastante toda a sua dedicação, amigo, que estamos chegando hoje aqui. Esperamos que essa semente da SB COP, ela germine de uma forma frondosa e firme ao longo das décadas, por que não dizer séculos. Comentar nosso amigo Alex Dias Cardoso, o presidente da Federação de Belém. Olha, ele é tão responsável quanto o Helder Barbalho pelo sucesso, tá certo? Então, assuma essa parte dos seus compromissos. Obrigado também pelo carinho e esforço, pessoal que está fazendo lá. Alex.
Is our president, our federation from Pará, together with Alex, obviously talking about Amazon. We have the president of all Amazon, the industry from Rondônia, Marcelo também, in our team, and both, as I said, they are friends, and teammate is some friend, Paulo Afonso Ferreira from CNI. My dear friend, I can't see if he is here, but Fausto, the president of SESIS Council, if he hasn't arrived, I salute you, Renato Correia, from the construction sector, all the diplomatic, our representatives of diplomacy, our executives, that they are the fundamental link with the commitments of the productive sector with decarbonization, climate, our classes, entities, our major, they have the responsibility to be the conductors of information building, constructive critics, building critics that can build, but that we are able to do not only in climate but in the society and good environment to build something better. I'd like to say that I have our speech. It's very beautiful, so I can't forget anything. So I previous ask you excuses that they prepared. I prefer to be spontaneous in my speech. And how to talk about this COP, this preparation to COP, I feel to talk from my heart to be more effective, talking to you without reading. It's not taking lightly all this body, technical body, because we have been celebrated 10 years of our Paris Agreement. What has inspired us when we invite our friend Musa to Subcom? This last 2 year experience, last year, B20, that's then coordinated, representing the B20, this productive sector of Gen 20, C-BRICS, represent the private sector in BRICS, so that this project is a collective process. B20 last year, you renewed, since we are in an area of technology, renewing AI in the area of quantum computing. There are a lot of challenges. They are not too far. If you remember the introduction of computers, the introduction of internet, it was a revolution, introduction of digitalization, where cyclical process that happen more and more in expedite way, in improving solutions. But with this experience, with these contributions, you have an innovative legacy. We start to discuss copy, to talk about climate, decarbonization, sustainability, how much of the productive sector represent in this. Our sector is about transformation, and transformation tend to generate these questions regarding the carbon that should be taken into consideration. How can we are able to have several COPs discussing, and we still don't have a mechanism to be teammates in this process, since we are the ones most responsible to pay these. What's the way to have a conversion, a complementarity? Is to be a teammate. You need to create something similar to B20 and BRICS. We are going to create as a big COP, sustainable business COPs, and you are going to make that this is a contribution, not in the sense to say, oh no, but in the sense to be somebody that addresses as a teammates, and most of us, we are productive sector, is to show what the road industry is contribute and is committed to because the ones who are not seen are not are taken into consideration. So you have several meetings, several groups, and we are not even auxiliary. We are about to do exposition, so we don't involve ourselves. So we brought this subject to President Lula. He accepted, knowing that it would be a great challenge in Amazon. We evolved. We had this very happy fact done to be our representative. So we are grateful to our official supporters, the ones who in the work groups has contributed a task force. You are fundamental. Without you, nothing would be productive. we wouldn't have our delivery. So I'm very grateful to their producing something that is continuous, like B20 BRICS in the next year in Australia, in order to have solutions of continuity and be able to contribute. Why? Because nature, climate, sustainability is paramount for us. But all these variables must be in function of human beings. They have to depend on human beings, and the human beings should be inserted in economic activity, inserted in the productive sector, inserted in the aspiration of economic and social growth. If you are so responsible for sustainability, you have so many examples to show. Why can't we make this mix to be one in a direction with this true for tourism? Yes, we want to decarbonize, but we want this end in itself, but in the benefit of development of human beings and the whole society. A space to grow, to explore opportunities, economic opportunities that you have. And you can prove that you are able to do that with responsibility and sustainability. It depends on us. We have many avenues that we have the responsibility to take advantage and to be sustainable, to have a vigorous economic growth. Obviously, we have big discussion in this panel about financing. We know there's no lack in this planet called Earth, our financial resource. Quite the opposite. We have an abundance of finances, but unfortunately, we need to stop depending of interest rates. So the resources need to good projects, legal security, and commitment of public policies. We can help that, and Brazil is not satisfied to be the feeder of the world. We again have a great opportunity since this evolution in technology with computers, supercomputer, internet, digitalization, AI, and probably quantum computing. We also need an urgency of opportunities. The time is running like a bullet train, as you said, we need to enter, to embark in this train, to be a provider of sustainable energy. We had problems because we have an abundance of sustainable energy. The road needs energy, and the culture, although a pivot point, inflection point in this urgency for renewable energies. We have green energy that the world needs, not only from data center, but the AI. We have rare earth minerals. We have fertilizers, the NPK. We have huge wealth. You have to use this in a responsible way. We are capable to show even in indigenous lands and quilombolas lands, you can act in a sustainable, responsible way, because these people have the right to have this. And this is not a political speech, it's a pragmatic speech that you have some opportunity. This SB Cup is an opportunity. It gives us tools not only to bring criticizing, but hearing to learn more, to find a more viable solution, more pragmatic, more expedite, because you don't have time to waste. So it's important to be here in COP as other opportunities. talks with the productive sector of Brazil, of our economies. That's the reason why we have as a big company. We talk about Olympic of cases that each continent feels represented, each sector feels represented. You can do this. It's effect of mass. It's the herd effect, the carbonization is responsibility of human beings. Thank you for hearing. Thank you, President Alban, for your words. Now we have the floor, the champion of the the COP, Ricardo Mussa, the Sustainable Business President, Ricardo Mussa. Thank you, Dan Alban. I was drinking coffee. I was very happy for this privilege of being here today. We start from square one, this idea. You have to name the idea from Ricardo Alban. He saw the success of B20. He talked to Dan, and I came to help in the discussion, the integration of SB-COP. It was created 8 months ago. In 8 months, we brought 67 countries, are the counterpart of CENIPA, India, Australia, Turkey, all main associations of industries in the world. It's 41 million companies that we in a very short space of time, we invited CEO to participate in this tax. All of them accepted. They have consultancy works. They helped a lot in this process. And you are finishing this work. It's a very important delivery. We made some, and we made a delivery 2 weeks ago in New York. The recommendation of SB-COP, similar to B20, we deliver the vision of the private sector and priorities, but we brought more innovation. In this process, to copy B20, if copy is a difficult place. I didn't know very well. When I went to Bonn in Germany, in the United Nations, I think it was May, June, I saw how difficult it is to negotiate copy. 198 companies that need the consensus. Every country has the same weight in the voting. It's difficult to influence the G20. We start to think in the private sector how to influence the public sector. The idea was to create again, with discussion with Band, we prepared an Olympic Games. It's like this. So we can imagine it. This is 30 years of COP, discussions of climate change, 40 million companies, statistically speaking. I'm an engineer. Obviously, you have good cases around the world. The private sector made mistakes, learned. Let's bring the best example of what's happened to the world, not to brag about, but to understand why that example we have in Brazil, several examples that worked in mining, biofuels, why it worked. What was the public policy that made it work? And from example to influence the public entity, our logic is in an inverse way to understand why it works from this case to influence the public manager. I'm very happy because we're going to see that we'll go deeper in the cases of SB-COP that we select from around the world, what we have learned with that work. We have very happy to be this COP in Brazil, where Brazil has this leadership in this term. The happiness to have André Correia do Lago, a close person, and done as a champion of COP. So there's an alignment of stars, and not for coincidence. The agenda of action has another importance where the private sector likes and wants to contribute. We don't want to talk about 20, 50 things. They are not uh, 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 not possible to do. So the satisfaction, we draw our new process at the beginning of this year. We prepared the groups, we brought a lot of competent people, we delivered, we had a huge delivery in New York. Today we're going to, I hope you continue our advocacy to make this something efficient, things, practical results that we have an impact. We we make this because I think this is a big legacy as PRÉ-COP, the way that the private sector organizes itself. It talks to the public self in a coordinated way. It's very similar to CNE in Brazil. It represents very well the industrial sector in Brazil, but in a global view. This is one of the big legacies while the private sector could organize itself and help the public sector, but not maybe not next year, but through the years. I hope SBCOP become more organized, more representative, and we hope you can act in public policies and to have the impact that we hope to. This is an example. The deliveries are very good, some case recommendation, something practical. So I close my speech saying that's a privilege, I'm very proud to participate. Thank you for your invitation. I hope to give you a good delivery. Thank you. Thank you, Ricardo Musa, for participation. We pass the floor to the high-level climate champion, Dan Iospi. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure. It's an honor to be here on this PRÉ-COP event. This trajectory, like President Alban and Musa talked about, was a witness in Monte Libano club room 1 year ago when the President Alban brought this idea to life. That's spectacular and bring fruits and well connected not only to COP30, the Amazon COP, the Brazil's COP, but also to the cycle of COPs that lay ahead. I could say that this is the view of everyone that I have been talked to in the government sector, the private sector, subnational municipalities, states, and why? Because through all this long cycle of COPs, much was done in this negotiation. As Musa said, I have been living these years, very complex, to work within consensus with such a difference between countries, regions, level of development, opportunities. So it's natural that this process is difficult. But when we think about the Paris Agreement as a good example, it's something memorable because the humans through their governments can reach an agreement with its level of relevancy and this possibility in English enforcement to make it happen and to champion the energy of the road to such a negotiation. The road of negotiation, countries start to see that something that was committed in Paris cannot be implemented by the government. It's necessary the society, the non-governmental sector, to understand and to start to play the game, and this is called the climate action agenda. So the COPs has been referring a lot to negotiation, and now with the climate agenda action, and we are reaching a moment that the negotiation advanced so much that this agenda now has a very relevant role in order to deliver. So we need to understand that the development of countries that were lagging behind in such a way expedited our climate problem in relation about what was thought in Paris. The constraint limitation got more difficult, and the things that we implement from there to now, the gap would be bigger. So you have the two faces of the coin. But in the next years, 5, 10, 15 years, or we need to we have to implement implementation of this agenda, or either the social development will have setbacks because we are going to spend the resource of societies in things that is not the best scenery. And with this climate agenda, we have technologies, solutions, engagement, entities designing pathways, and this probably is my expectation will make we reach the goals in order to accelerate the socio-economic development in a sustainable way. And when we think about climate agenda and implementation, that's the key word of COP30. That was the key phrase as the COP in the current moment. It seemed to us to be the best mirror or the best way to work in these directions. Musa described it. 40 million companies and more than 40 countries represent most of global economy. To incentivize that other walk in the same directions, to help it to get rid of obstacles makes all the sense. In a very similar way, the way to organize a climate agenda proposed by the Brazilian presidency together with the team that I'm a leader of, the climate champion, and the United Nations that coordinates the COPs based in global stock stake, is the way to have a balance in order to reach the goals of the Paris Agreement. We related all the initiatives regarding climate in the world in order to the Brazil's COP treated about the implementation. Besides the new initiatives, new agreements, or new promise, that's very welcome, but we say let's put all this energy to implement. We are talking about very practical things in mitigation and adaptation that is related to you, ladies and gentlemen, how to decarbonize the steel chain, cement, air transportation, maritime transportation, land transportation, how to work in the cities to have a better adaptation to the effects of climate impact that are obvious, how to finance, how to mitigate the risk, how to treat carbon in a global economic way that support this implementation. So this is the central axe of COP30. I believe it's the central axe of the several COPs ahead. Of course, this depends on the presidency of each country and the view of member countries, but I think that to reach the goals of the Paris Agreement, this is the best way. And the Brazilian contribution as an example of FCB COP is to treat in a very pragmatic way the implementation of solutions, again, to get rid of the obstacles and to reach the goal. In the point of view of Brazil, as the President once said about our socio-economical development based on sustainability, we had already seen the B20 cycle that there is no better strategy in the path of sustainability. We are a cluster of all the sustainable solutions. We have a variety of solutions to have power shoring. We can work in data center with huge series, or work in the forests, or work with the recovery of degraded areas, or agriculture that touches sustainability, the reduction of deforestation. So we have an opportunity to accelerate the socio-economic development of Brazil with the center in the people and the companies and the financial systems that bring oxygen for this to be so we have a unique opportunity, like to have a demographic bonus that's over some years ago, so we have opportunity to accelerate our development using sustainability. That's the way you are thinking regarding COP, so that's probably the next COP will still bring these opportunities, so can contribute a positive a disproportionate contribution the climate issue, so you can extend production chains in Brazil and qualify people to this new moment in order to have the fulfilling of this huge opportunity. I'm very grateful to CNI and SB COP for this sensational initiative that is hand to hand with COP30, with a strong participation of SB COP in this climate agenda. I hope to be this way till the end. And I urge you, ladies and gentlemen, if you are still not engaged with the agenda of COP30, especially the climate agenda that the climate champions team is engaged, that we work daily before, during, and after COP, especially after, as well, in the continuity of this project, to make them be implemented and bring results and scale as fast as possible. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dan, for your words. We'll pass the floor to the Executive Secretary of the Ministry of Cities, represented the Minister Jade Filho. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be with you today. I'd like to congratulate the President of CNR, Ricardo Mussa, and Dan with the stage with me, to salute all in special way my friend Alex from FIEPA, our partners of the tackle in Minha Casa Minha Vida project, to have a brief cover fat. Sandro Mabel, the mayor, Roberto Muniz. I haven't seen you for 15 years, but it was a very nice work to congratulate my team that's present in the name of Lidiana. The president of CNI create a problem, but I'm a representative of the minister. I need to read the speech of the minister, but before, just a short story. I have been in the public sector for more than 20 years, and different public policies that have been participating in mobility, hydroelectrical energy, railroads, and other ministries. We also had in this policy some preoccupations. Let's see the fiscal impact of this policy, the control, the legal, the account, and see how does this go into the public budget. We always had these. I think now with COP we brought a view that I don't remember to be discussed for 20 years. It's about sustainability. The Ministry of Cities, Alice is here to confirm. We have an area to bring this view. So the ministry will discuss the project Minha Casa Minha Vida. My house, my home. You need to convince people that you need a more sustainable house. We're talking about to renew the transportation so Alice is dealing with to defend more electrical vehicles, more sustainable vehicles, so we have a view of environment that we didn't have 20 years ago. It was something, of course, this, I think we've copied. This is when you are drawing a public policy, we need to think about the control, the legal questions, the impact of finance. So we need to, with controls in the planning, and now with to have a preoccupation with sustainability, to have a better plans for all. Let's start. We are very close to a very special moment. It's a historic moment to Brazil and whole Amazon and whole country. Our minister talks about that 87% of the Brazilians live in cities, and they are suffering the impact of climate change, the floods, heating waves, landslides. So the ministry has as a champion of, we say there is no climate just without urban justice. The cities concentrate emissions and suffer the effects. We perceive to face climate, and it's a huge challenge of the ministry to put all together these possibilities. Our perspective in Belém, the government invested 4.7 billion. Only in Belém, we are investing in infrastructure to copy in the Ministry of. We have BRT, Centenary, renew the bus fleet, renew electrical buses. We have a huge investment in sanitation, Verupeso, urbanization of the Gudud. The ministry has done several actions, specifically in Belém, and in Brazil more than 90 billion reais. I'm going to highlight the preventive measures. In 2025, we had a constraint in the budget, but we still are selecting prevention bases in partnerships with the municipalities, the states and private sectors, and preventing areas of hills, prevention of landslides, prevention of disasters, 45 and sustainable mobility and central improvement. We have been working to launch during COP funding to support sustainable cities and projects to make the cities more sustainable, especially the small and medium municipalities. Our view is that the small municipality cities have problems to transform that project in reality. So we are structuring a financial fund So I take advantage of this place. We have federal resources, but the ones who want to support these projects of drainage, landslides contention, and projects, we are going to launch a fund with the bank, the Caixa Economic Bank. I know there are some people here in the next month, and I reinforce we are not able to do things without the private sector. With the private sector, due to the new legal sanitation landmark, we will be able to work in universalization of water and sewage, to have mobility, decarbonization example, uh, civil constructions, exit that are responsible for 60% of the emissions. Since 2023, the project My House, My Home, to facilitate that these companies that use less carbon as an example, that the ones who build homes in a plant, we before the company had to build the home 100 houses. They had to move these houses in the fixed area to receive the final resource. We already make this possible since the plant, since it follows the Brazilian legal regulations. So we have several initiatives that support ways to build in a more efficient way with less carbon. We have a goal to contract 3 million of houses. We have some projects to show some cases. A project that Pará developed. I congratulate Alexa from Pará. In the Combo Island in Pará, we have been building 45 ecological homes with timber that was apprehended, and we're going to present during the COP30. I highlight that COP30 will be more than a conference. It will be a shop window about where people in Amazon live. They don't live in trees anymore. They live in the cities, so 87%. Even in the Amazon region, they live in cities, in a typical city that's Belém. We need a strong industry. I think the fiscal reform, I think the civil construction sector will be helped to be industrialized. There was some obstacles to build homes outside the plant. It was a problem. We have gain of scale, productivity. I think the industry will come together. Ladies and gentlemen, we have unique conditions to generate, to have a very clean energy matrix. It's 86% is clean energy here. You have opportunity to transform COP30 in a landmark of convergence between the public and the private sector, showing that you are not in opposing way. Thank you very much. Count on Ministry of Cities. You have a great copy. Our team will be in Belém these 2 weeks, leadered by with the leadership of these ministries. I saw the name of the panelists. People well chosen, very good people. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Secretary, for your participation. We are grateful the President of the authorities in this open ceremony, and I invite you to occupy their seats, and I just ask the Chair of SB COP, Ricardo Muzes, stay on the stage. I'd like to remind you that this event has a simultaneous interpretation. The device can be taken in the entrance in the equipment. You can choose the channel to follow the speeches. In the first moment, we use channel 1 for Portuguese and 2 for English. In other moments, we have 2 stages in the presentations. We will happen simultaneously. In this occasion, each participant should tune its channel according to their participation. We have the LED panel related to this in the station. Starting our first special section with the theme Priorities and Case of PRÉ-COP30 has a goal to present the cases and initiatives of the 8 work groups that energy transition, circular economy and materials, bioeconomy, alimentary food systems, transition finance and investment, jobs and green abilities, and sustainable cities as the complementary terms health and carbon accounting. Without for this presentation, this chair of PRÉ-COP, Ricardo Musa. Let's go. The idea is to talk about what was done till now and the deliveries until this moment, especially to focus on success cases. It's a very brief presentation of these cases. If you want to leave this slide, this is my device not working. If you could pass these slides. Can you hear me? When we start this process, we had 3 main goals.
So how do you influence in the agenda of negotiations? Well, we need to bring the private sector. And I have already told you the story multiple times. We have to be focused now. In this action plan, in this action agenda, we need to focus. And there are only 2 or 3 priorities. This is not easy to prioritize only 2 or 3 topics because we have multiple actors and also stakeholders. So first and foremost, I will bring about the priorities. This document was brought to the table last week, and this is the summary of what the private sector is doing in those 47 countries and what they believe that the businessmen or decision makers need to do. And when we presented that to Lula, to the president, he went like, oh, this is cool. However, what about Brazil? We prepared a second document with Nilogi, and we translate all the recommendations to the world in order for us to have benefits. So I have the second submission, right, which is a translation of whatever was discussed and what are the benefits for Amazon, for the Amazon region. And thirdly, we will be talking about the cases, the successful cases, right? We have multiple successful cases, and we will be sharing those from now on. The next slide, please. Unfortunately, mine is not working. So here, obviously, this is for the press. This is the 8 task force, and the 9th is the health with the support of Maduro, and he has been working with us. He is working also at Einstein Hospital, and he has been working with us in order to strengthen the task forces. And for each task force, we have one CEO, We have multiple CEOs of multiple different sectors and countries. I will show you the next slide. For each task force, we had the energy transition, the circle economy. Roberto is there with us, bioeconomy, with Mr. Ferreira from Natura, the food systems, with the people from JBS. So Gilberto is here from JBS. And we have the sustainable cities as well. Muniz have the idea of working with the sustainable cities. And then on these part of sustainable cities, we worked with Savique. Transition, the funding, climate funding with Luciana Madero, and bring jobs and skills. And with these 8 groups, we pretty much granted them in New York City. And these are the task forces that can share with you all the contributions. We have multiple documents, a huge document, right? And what is important here is that behind the recommendations, whatever we did was with the consultancies, McKinsey, Lunalages, JBS, and so on and so forth. They helped us, they supported us with the materials and with the data in order for us to compose the data set that help us with the recommendations. So we need to see these material into details. We have multiple things within these recommendations. We have science and data in these recommendations. So look, screen these materials. This is what we are doing. CNI Europe is doing as well as Jamber. People from South Africa has been working with their Ministry of International Affairs in order for us to go to COP30 next week with negotiation and with all the power to pretty much, pressure the decision makers that this is our advocacy. This is what we need to focus on in terms of advocacy. The next slide, please. The next slide talks about the law, right? So the law gives us access to the recommendations of the task force, but also to the booklets. What are the booklets? We received more than 100 successful cases throughout the world. From this 1,000, we selected 600 with the certain specific opportunities like yields. Do they have impact? Are they impacting or not? So we selected these 670 successful cases, and all of these cases, even those who were not selected, will be made available on our website. So if you want to have full access to those booklets, to those successful cases of the private sector, you can go ahead and check them out on our website. So we selected the 6 best or 6 booklets that represented our task force. And before that, this is the legacy of COP30, which is a document that is not ready still. We will be submitting this document in November at COP30, and this translates our recommendations and the successful cases for Brazil and for the Amazon region. So this will be submitted at COP30. So we will have this 3rd submission. So we have the first recommendations, 2nd cases, and the 3rd is the legacy of our country, which should be prepared and submitted until COP30 is finished. So these are the successful cases. In this first round, it will be Brazilian successful cases. So the great majority of the successful cases, more than 60%, were done here in Latin America. We have more than 60 organizations working with us, and we have 160 cases of success in terms of energy transition, 40, 50, at least successful cases for each group. So the great majority of the cases, you can see and you can understand why that case was so successful. And from that point on, we can further discuss about the public policies. And our suggestion, the suggestion from the Australians was the opposite way around. We need to start from the successful cases, and then we can prepare the public policies. And now we have to understand, indeed, in depth, all the cases, all the benefits of these cases, the tools, in order for us to improve the public policies. We have to use them as example for the public management system. So this is the call out. So please observe and screen these materials. Try to understand what the specific case in South Africa, right, in Brazil or elsewhere, what were the tools used, what were the successful points, and so on and so forth. This is why we have here the global working team in order to work together. And finally, I will highlight in the next slides what is the common points. What are the common points of each successful case? So here you are seeing in first hand what we are presenting today and at COP30. Brazil is a huge country, is a selector, and we have multiple cases of paramount importance here. All of these cases are important. All of these cases have relevant points. So first and foremost, I'd like to recognize all the groups and organizations, companies which presented these successful cases. And these are the things that are working in the private sector. So you can check that out. It is on our website. So these are the successful cases, and for whatever case was not selected, you can still check those online. We have Marcelo here from Itaú and other organizers to keep on looking for the best successful cases in order for us to understand in a jointly manner whatever is working in order to replicate it. Now, passing on to the common characteristics. If we can go to the next slide, what are the common points? Scalability first and foremost. We didn't want to select the cases that are not selectable. There are multiple successful cases that cannot be replicated. The second, it needs to be concrete with a certain result that was concreted already. It shouldn't be for a result within 5 years. Third, impact on the diminishing or decrease of emission. Fourth, the improvement in terms of finance, so we should be able to finance it or fund it. Fifth, integration with public policies and regulatory policies. What can we learn as a public servant? What do they represent or present in that region in order for us to learn as public servants? Sixth, the stakeholders. They are not cases of a company which has the patent, but it can work in multiple sectors, in multiple organizations like a bank, a financer, in order for it to be replicated. Eighth, it needs to be innovative and embedded with technology. So it needs to bring about innovation in technology. And last but not least, the innovation of the block of the chain as a whole, the integration of the chain. So these are the characteristics of these 160 cases. So they have all of these 8 points. So this is the methodology that we created in order to select the best cases and to show to the public whatever is working. I should share with you some of the cases. All of these cases has a distinctive methodology or even structure. We have multiple cases in Mato Grosso and in other regions, and we have a lot to learn with them. So I'm really excited to have this access to these beautiful materials. Unfortunately, we didn't have a lot of opportunities to see successful cases in North America, for example. For next COP, we will have further cases. So I think this methodology will be of paramount importance for us to learn in the next years. I would like to say that recently I saw a successful case that has not been between these 48 selected cases, and it was a valley case, and it exemplifies what I see as an opportunity that Brazil can teach the world. We have in Carajás a program with 40 years now, and the government gave to Vale 40 hectares in order to explore it with pretty much the mining industry. So Vale has a lot of hindrances. After those 40 years, 98% of these valley hectares are preserved. So only 3% are mined. So 78% of these area is preserved. So within the valley sector, everything is preserved, and they were able to preserve. So they generated more than 300 trillion reais in terms of products that were generated from that rich estate. So we need to think about how to explore better the mining industry, other industry, and this is a good example that can be shared with the world, right? When it comes to the energy transition, we need to understand the successful cases in order to share with whoever it is. So these are the cases, successful cases that should be copied and replicated throughout the world. So this is the logic that I'm bringing about. And with this slide, we can understand what is the importance of whatever went well. So this is the booklet with more than 600 cases. You can go ahead and screen all of these 600 plus booklets, and please disseminate it. Share it with whoever it is elsewhere, and not only in Brazil as well, in order for us to change the public policies here in Brazil and for it to be escalated throughout the world. So I'd like to share this a little bit more with you, in order for it to be a routine for us, in order for us to learn more and to propagate, to disseminate this knowledge. Thank you, and I'd like to wrap up with these cases. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ricardo Nusa, for your presentation. Well, for the second special session with the topic initiatives of the private sector for COP30, I would like to invite to the pulpit the president of the Industry Association of Rondônia and of the Facility of Investment, Sustainable Investments, and Vice President of CNI, Marcelo Tomé, please. The president of the National Federation of Industry of the state of Pará, Lex Carvalho, and the Superintendent of Environment and Sustainability of CNI, Davi Bontempo. This session has as an objective to present the initiatives of the industrial sector in regional, national, and state level for COP30. Well, I will pass the floor to the superintendent of CNI, David Bontempo. Good afternoon to all of you. It is an honor to see that this house is full, is packed with representatives here, and I'd like to thank the presence of all of you, the presence of our colleagues, our panelists, President Marcelo and Alex, and I'd like to thank you for your presence, and also thank the presence of the sponsors and representatives of the industrial sectors as well. The President Muniz is here as well. I would like to pass forward a perspective of our work, our CNI work, which will be presented in Belém. On top of this structure, we will be presenting the perspective of the industrial sector, which is a document that will be launched in Belém, and that brings about certain perspectives of the utmost important topics for the industry in Brazil in order for us to do the follow-up. But before that, it is not working, I'm sorry. Well, I won't get into details on the concept of COP, but just going back to done, COP is a COP of implementation. It needs the private sector, a strong private sector, and an engaged private sector connected with not only with the initiatives and the cases of PRÉ-COP, but with the agenda of CNI. Next slide, please. So I'd like to pass on also that CNI is working from the Buenos Aires COP30, and we have an intensity which is of paramount importance from Glasgow on. We've been bringing about a contribution in terms of promotion, business promotion and negotiations. Of course, today we have a higher amplitude and scope, taking into consideration everything that was passed on from PRÉ-COP. CNI has a strategy which has been implemented in a tactical way for a long period of time. And this initiative is based on 4 pillars. We talk a lot about the energy transition, so the efficiency agenda, renewables, and so on and so forth. Always directed to our actions in projects and also influencing the public policies. The carbon market rate, so we have the regulations now of certain public policies, and we are working with the Article 6 of the Agreement of Paris, and we have been working with the agenda, PRÉ-COP. This agenda is of paramount importance because it doesn't talk only about emissions, but about the natural resources. So we work with the ISO norm, and we work with the ISO norm for the past 5 years, but also with the bills, and with the circular or circle economy. So this agenda has a multiple impacts in terms of fiscal or tax control, and there is an opportunity for the private sector to get in, working with us. And here is our action, right, in terms of advocacy, in terms of our interest promotion, commercial promotion, right? Trade promotion.
Here we started part of negotiations of COP, our ambitions. These have been talked since the Baku COP intensified in several countries. Brazil announced its goals, and some countries are still announcing. It's a very relevant point to Brazil. We entered the agenda of adaptation, especially regarding indicators of transparency. This is an agenda that has been more and more interested in mitigation. Mitigation, very important agendas that we talk about. Green skill, we need to prepare professional qualification to receive these impacts regarding adaptation. All this part of global balance. It is a very intersection regarding everything what was produced in SB-COP has a connection with global sport tech. It was a way to bring coherence and connectivity with the agenda of negotiation in COP in order to help in implementation initiatives. And of course, this is a theme that will be the north of the discussions. Financing, funding, transition to low carbon is expensive. We have developed some alternatives, especially in the financial group of SVCOP, in order to reach 1.3 trillion established in the last COPs. And the vision of just transition, we talked a lot about to have this in jobs. We need to have a huge private sector participation when talk about professional capabilities growing, about the possible professional qualification. The market of carbon is a very active agenda. It was addressed in COP, and how to include Brazil in this conveyor belt of articles of export. Here, some information about logistics. The place, I think you know, the blue zone is the green zone is more dedicated to civil society. The blue to the negotiators. It's the part will be located CNI. This is a draw of our stand. It's very similar to the Baku stand. It's very functional. Will be placed in a blue zone, in a zone more dedicated to the parts and observers. But we'll have a 2-week program, well established, well designed, together with Will. Here just to show FIEP, and I'm thankful for the President Alex and this logistic support. We use a lot the facilities of the Pará Industry Confederation. It's close to the blue zone and to the green zone. We have in this 2-week program in the blue zone, but also we have some advanced in the confederation. That is the circle that is on the bottom, and the big event of CNI with in a theater in the export structure that was built for a long time. It was mature and adjusted, so we hope to receive our public and all the people involved in our work. In the 15th today, just to have a forecast of events of CNI in Belém, days 10 and 11, you have work groups meeting. You have these 8 groups and some more themes like health. We'll try to discuss all these themes in the 10th and 11th to divide the best way possible. On the 10th, we start with a CNI dinner. On the 11th, we have official opening in the blue zone. And then to the 21st, it's official program in the blue zone and CNI stand. And then the 12th, the summit event, it's called Halux. And besides the public, we have industrial, we have public of SB-COP and local public of Pará. In December, we haven't decided yet, but it's the 3rd event, pre-COP today, COP in Belém, and after Belém we have a balance addressing these activities. We know that December is very busy because maybe you can postpone a little bit, but it should happen between the end of this year and the beginning of the next year. This is our official agenda of COP. We'll try to connect our official program with to give some coherence. The 16th is the rest day. I think the other weeks will be very intensive in Belém, so I'm very grateful for the opportunity. I pass the floor to Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Great pleasure to see this auditorium packed in Katowice. The first COP I took part in the middle of the Polish winter, and my bag didn't arrive. So we start a cluster set of actions try to position CNI in the understanding of the leadership about the sustainability agenda and the opportunity of this agenda regarding business opportunities beyond the license and control fees. So this effort that is materialized today in this mobilization called SB-COP. It's something that is extraordinary. We were able to build through these years, engaging partners, foreign partners, counterparts around the world, a very important base of companies. I'd like to congratulate the President Alban, not only when he proposed, but the process of leadership through all this journey. The country with a lot of people moves. We all, in my case, was responsible for the engagement of Amazon because of the Institute Amazon Plus 21. That's the result of this evolution, understanding that a collaborative agenda centered in people and business opportunity can address a new pathway to an agenda of climate, people, and nature that have been trying to do for the industry confederations from the Institute Amazon Plus Vision to have this platform of blended fund to connect money to project. Marcelo Furtado represented us as investors and many others that joined together with us that is materialized with project. I'd like to take advantage of this time to share with you, to show you what did in 4 years in the creation of this institute. That the strategic body that joins the companies, Confederation of Industry Associates. Rodrigo is in the audience, is our investor, and others that are with and facilitate investments, seeks to be closer to the floor of the industry in Amazon, supporting in a first moment capital to overcome the all the set of risk and lack of knowledge that without this capital things don't happen unless it's from interested of companies like Vale that they have very intensive capital. They are capable of doing, but when you go to the small companies in a community, since you are looking at the people that live below the trees, and 70% of this 30% of live in cities, and with lack of sometimes they lack. But I have been living in Porto Velho. It's a capital that has just 1% of treated sewage. This is the result of the lack of pragmatism in treating Amazon. And besides this agenda of disconnection of the financial sector to the opportunities in the Amazon region, specifically talk about projects in Belém with the Caixa, the bank. It's to seek an answer to use special timber is to recover some timber in some houses. It's in the limit of the application of this material because they are houses over water. That this is going to be presented. That's very beautiful to show our capacity as confederations of industry and very strong partners like Caixa, Senai, CEMIC, to be able from the when you have a thesis that's proved that how to rethink how to live in Amazon, that's the name of the project, to be able to structure a new productive chain, stimulating the agri sector with special plans, with new professional capabilities to address new housing solutions to the Amazon that converge with the examples that were selected. They show the hypothesis that more formal economic activity in Amazon and on their places is the answer to all the problems that impact our society, like smuggling, trafficking, illicit activities, as many others. You say more companies in Amazon and less ideology, as Valley was showed, where there's a company that's operating where the state can make this company accountable. You have more conservation, you have an agenda oriented to results and impacts, and not the lack of control that promotes gap where the crime can spend. So I defend that to the central agenda of Amazon is to use its territories and to promote companies and new business, green business, sustainable, promoting socio-economic inclusion in the region. Another project is the science of translation. The project is Platform Sabia, and the X of Bioeconomy is to bring research from the table of planning to the locals. So you need to answer in volume, scale, standardization, and receive these inputs from communities that they suffer with climate issues, logistic issues, and how to address this in industrial production. So we are dedicated to give the answers in several sectors: food, cosmetics, phytotherapeutics, to reinvigorate bioeconomy Amazons, and to translate these into products with a consumer that's paying for this. You activate all this productive chain that needs to be restructured in Amazon to live this almost a jail. That is, we need just a small production, a lady that produces some goods, small goods. This doesn't produce impact, a significant impact. Amazon. Another thing that our institute, Amazon Plus 21, is born in sustainable business of the Amazon. We are not only linked to the industrial sector, but also the sustainable tourism. We have Casanova throughout the blended finance. We can overcome this gap of the lack of credit to the local produce, and you promote organized touristic operations that are capable to receive a visitor, a foreigner or Brazilian, and because they are a very beautiful place. Many other projects that we have with Rondônia's INCRA, this renovation, to imagine that the the Industrial Confederation support the small landowners in the region. Why? Since there is a lack of organization operation, especially in the countryside, in Amazon and the small producers, it has many problems and responsibilities that makes it possible to have a fund, and so you have illegal funding. People are exploited because they need money from this illegal financial support, and so you need to prevent this, that the small producers can overcome these problems to develop a structured business in a productive age in these areas. I could show you several other projects, but I think it's very promising. This mobilization built for a huge effort among several organizations and people for an agenda post-COP will be there in Belém. I'm sure that you have a very successful agenda in the private sector, with the financial sector. Among several partners, we always look for this, what's going to be our legacy and opportunities capturing during COP. So event will pass, but we'll stay Amazon with all the set of lacks produced through centers, but they are huge business opportunities with science and technology and oriented funding that will make possible to find new sustainable business that are inclusive and ensure freedom and in a active hearing from the people that live in Amazon. Thank you for your attention. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Alex Carvalho. I'm from Pará. I was born in Belém. I'm very honored to be the president of the Confederation of Industries of Pará. Be grateful to Marcelo, Davi, to be a light in this sustainability agenda. I was inaugurated the Confederation with the purpose to position this due to this important agenda, that when we connect environment conservation with socio-economic development, conversion 100%, it's very difficult. But to be able to be capable to bring this convergence is a duty to the ones who think collectively. In 2024, we idealized this journey called the plus signal that showing that we weren't going to be satisfied if you idealized a project that was going to end in COP30, that something to receive very well people, hospitality, with the best gastronomy in the world, but also to bring a legacy. The post-COP could position ourselves in a more favorable example of these past events could show. So a just transition. What's a transition? What's a just transition? Because if you are an industry, 820,000 jobs, we have growth in 2025 and more than 50,000. We with the 6 or more exporter municipalities are in Amazon. But when we see this territorial snapshot, when you correlate it with the Brazilian territory, comparing with other regions, we see that 48% of that industry I mentioned before, Moniz, it's situated in the state of Pará, and 48% and 75% in the base of extraction, vegetal extraction. Have to understand a big presence of the industry that aggregate values, that we still deal with a human development index very below that level of dignity that we understand for our people to understand and preserve our biodiversity. The journey, COP30 journey, was a gathering of ideas as a multi-sector industry. We have a participation of the academic community with the businessmen in the third sector to amplify our capacity of hearing and transmit.
And we were able, through a little bit more of 1 year, we brought about growth of the capacity of influencing positively, aggregating the need of the preservation, of environmental preservation, but we did not dissociate this need to social and economic needs. And from them on, a lot has been going on. We've been working with a lot of the COP+ initiatives, but this is a new cycle, and commitments will be made. We were able to reach more than 40 million people in a constructive way. We've been bringing about initiatives that took us to 10 strategic recommendations, and this is a paramount importance of our work. This is a summary that will bring about guidelines for tomorrow. And it will bring about a dichotomy, will resolve a dichotomy and quarrel of existence. And we have two extremes, and we are in need to expel, one of them from our territory. The negationist who has the capability of rejecting or neglecting so many problems, climate problems, this needs to be pretty much expelled from our work. And we have the negationists, or the people who neglect the problems that are extreme, the climate problem that are extreme, and that prejudice the work of those who want to go on, to go forward. And today we do not have the capacity of transforming the social and the economic reality of our regions. I have multiple other topics to talk about, but we do not have time here. And so these are the 10 recommendations that were submitted to the CEO, to the head of COP30, and Maria Emilia has been contributing to this effort as well. I'd like to thank the working group of PEPA, and everybody has been working with us in this for us to make this work. And in the same way, we have the good practice processes as well. Through good practices, we transform the reality of people. So we have multiple cases, a call out of cases. So we have categories, right? Sustainable economy, waste, solid waste, and so on and so forth. All of these cases are part of a booklet that is pretty much the bookshelf of environment or of sustainability. And we've been submitting those within this journey ASEAN-I. And one of the days of COP30, we will be discussing a little bit more in depth the good practice guidelines within our territory, and how to think about tomorrow. We have already kicked off. We have 3 programs that are of paramount importance. The first one is a support to the illegal hot fire spraying. And today we are an agent of good practices, but we are also an agent of monitoring. We've been monitoring the illegal deforestation, and this has an impact of paramount importance in the scope of our work. The amplitude of the length of our territory is of paramount importance. We have to bring about the circle economy. So the program of circle economy as an asset pact, national industrial pact, we have to bring about the industrial parks in order to work with this. This has been a problem in terms of environmental difficulties. We have to bring about the capacity to induce new capabilities in order to move the circle economy and bioeconomy as well. To measure the bioeconomy, we have a partnership with the Federal University, the NAIA Institute, whereas we will be able to measure what is the increment in the GDP because of bioeconomy. We will make this feasible, and we will rupture barriers that naturally were impossible to be overpassed, to be overstepped. So the infrastructure is quite old in multiple regions of our country. So we have to be innovative. We have to create models in order for us to escalate this, in order for this economy to be an asset for the region and for the whole world. Well, the controller is winning me. This match is complicated for me. So this is an invitation. I'm almost wrapping up. This is our invitation for you to participate in the Journey COP Plus. The Journey COP Plus is not directed to PRÉ or to the PRÉ people. It encompasses a territory that is huge and goes beyond the Amazon region. So it is wide open. Everybody needs to participate in this journey. This is a collective construction, and today we bring in our chest of pride. We are proud to be here to reach whatever we have already reached, and we have this commitment in order for the legacy to be reached. And the Amazon of tomorrow should be better than the current Amazon. If we do this together, the Amazon region won't be a problem for Brazil or for the world, and it will be a solution. And we don't want everybody to go yes, like yes. We want everybody to go like yes, we want to do everything as the law rules and the complying with the legislation of the environment. We need to be standing up in equality with everybody, with the private as well as public sector. Thank you very much, and we will see each other in PRÉ. Thank you. Participants at this special session would like to ask David Bontempo to go back to his seat. And in order to launch the Panorama of Infrastructure Region North, would like to invite to this pulpit, to the stage, Mr. Director of Institutional Relations of CNI, Roberto Diniz. And before passing the floor to Mr. Diniz, I'd like to request the priorities of the Jeep SGV 4068 and Corolla SCV 6F40. Please go to your seat into your vehicles and take it off. So plate number SGV 68 and Corolla SC 68, please go to your vehicle and remove it from the way, please. Now passing the floor to the presidency and I. So it is not that I missed the pulpit, but I want to go to the pulpit right now to talk to you. I'm happy and honored to be here with all of you, with the businessmen who are here. I'd like to thank immensely for this opportunity. This is an opportunity. Please, the remote control. Alex lost from the remote control, but anyway, I won't. I have 5 slides alone. I'd like to highlight that the scare that we have in terms of debating about the the perspective of those who live in the territory is of paramount importance. It is in vogue to talk about the place of speech. The industry will approximate whoever lives there in their territory, right, with the industry. So it is important to say that. And I'd like to mention that we were happy when PRÉ-COP was constituted. We thought of the recommendations, and that these recommendations had this international dimension. But we didn't leave behind the local perspective. So we were able to submit this perspective of whoever is here in the place, in the planet, and in the world. We have this legacy of industry, thinking about sustainability in the eyes of everybody, on the eyes of these institutions, 30+ institutions. And it is of paramount importance to listen, Marcelo, as you mentioned before. It is this listening skill is not distant from the communities, from the local communities. So we will have a document, a national document that will be called Legacy, that will be submitted at COP. And it will be left as a legacy for COP here in Brazil. We will have a document of a partnership of century with Amazon 21, which will be of paramount importance for us to know what are the cases and the recommendations. Checking the Amazon territory. This is of paramount importance, Alex. And here we have another dimension, a collaboration, for it not to be an event that just blows on the wind. We have to take this event further, one step further. We have the infrastructure show up, and a lot of businessmen who work here have the activity, multiple activities in that region, and they can be interested in making part of this legacy, which is COP30 and now Speed COP, right? And now we have this research with listening to more than 500 businessmen in that region. So the idea here is that we go beyond. We have a perspective of the Amazon region as a harvesting place for the commodities and so on and so forth, but we have a deficit in terms of infrastructure. From the first time, COP30 can be a place, right, that we can show everything out loud, speak out loud. So we have this umbrella. We have the environment topic, the social topic, which needs to be constructed. But in order for us to construct this, we need governance. documents. And it is important to bring about these documents, bringing about also the signals for those who are governing locally. CNI and the federations and the industries should be together working in the dimension of developing that region for Brazil, not as a problem but as a solution, a resolution. So this is a real solution for our country. So it is important to show that. So we have done the study in 3 steps. As you can see here, you will have the QR code for the study. We have more than 50 data sets that were gathered from a lot of data banks. So this is not the data bank from CNI alone, but from other institutions as well. With the assessment of more than 500 businessmen, we have more than 512 businessmen talking to us. We have this local research with those 500 plus businessmen, and we have 5 segments here. And with that, we were able to create 75 proposals, 7 of them local proposals, that are gathered together with the specific perspective of the local businessmen and of the local industry sector. It is important also to notice some opportunities that we observed. In certain sectors, we see clearly the social deficit. And we see that 61% of the population have a social deficit. As you can see here on the part below, a lot of people do not have pretty much the supply system, right? I'm talking about water, sewage system, and so on and so forth. The sewage coverage is very poor. We have the poorest index in terms of sanitation, in terms of supply. And it is important to mention about the role that mining plays in that region. More than 50% of the workload that is transported throughout Brazil comes from that region. So we have a space for growth in order for us to have more sustainable development. There's another issue that of paramount importance, which is the low exploitation of petrol in that region. We have the ideological question, but we do not have only this question of paramount importance, which is the equilateral question, but we also have other topics of paramount importance for that region. We can go after and exploit petrol, in-depth petrol, right? And we do not exploit that. What we see here, as the first speaker mentioned, is that the industry is a partner in this transformation and not an enemy. And there's something really important, which is the perception on deficit. 74% of the 500 entrepreneurs understand that the infrastructure of that region is irregular, or the worst against the remaining. So what are we bringing about, right, in terms of this perspective? We are bringing about the perspective of those who pay the taxes, who pay our fees. So we have the producers, and this is pretty much the group of industry of the industry sectors. So here are some perceptions. The old railways and highways, problems when the railways, problems in terms of energy, electric system, and so forth. The telecommunication is a problem as well. Only about 1 month ago, we were able to close the telecommunication channels, and we have low coverage in that region. So we have multiple topics of paramount importance. So these are the proposals in multiple sectors. And the question that I'd like to pose to all of you, wrapping up here, is it possible? I believe it is possible. But is it possible, Alex, to say development is compatible with sustainability? We need to explain that. We, in the industry sector, can we say that in that territory, in terms of the economy order, is it the best territory to be preserved by the state? Alex, how do you see this in terms of sustainability and development? Moniz, if we couldn't get them together, we wouldn't be able to say sustainable development. So what comes first is the social and economic sustainability. What thrives us, what prospers us, is the sustainability. And we need to embed in this reality, right, the sustainability. There are those who understand that sustainability is an economy development is an enemy of the Amazon region, is the enemy of the sustainability, is the enemy of those who say that want a better highway. So there are multiple people who were unable to get to the Amazon region because of poor highways. And there are those who say that, constructing or developing these highways against the sustainability or against the environment. So there are those who cannot see the reality. So there are those who can call them sustainable experts, but they are pseudo experts. And there are those who make crimes and who are who want to pretty much, destroy our sustainability and our environment. So responding your question, yes, we need to unveil this reality. We need to confront this with maturity, and we need to put ourselves on the forefront, and we cannot veil our eyes, we cannot tap our ears to the reality that is just in front of us. We cannot go back to the old agenda with lack of protagonism, so we can gather together sustainability and development, social sustainability and development.
Yeah, Marcelo. And over there, how does it work? How do you understand how this future post-COP is going to be? First, we want have a future to think about the sustainable development in Amazon without infrastructure. I left Rio 25 years ago. I chose to live in Amazon. And through all these years, I go for many places, especially off-road. I have never seen an illegal extraction material. So the illegality and crime in Amazon happens where there's no state or where there's no company. The empty space is generated for no exploration of the territory, creates a space prone to crime, and this has been said. The non-return point, the more urgent point in Amazon is not a relativism or negationism. It's not about deforestation and climate change. Is the loss of the territory to the organized crime. Talk to any operator or security force of the Brazilian state. Everybody They urge for infrastructure, especially roads, to move people, troops to fight crime in the region. We won't be successful in all these efforts to attract investments, to generate new economic possibilities without infrastructure, energy, communication. In order to flow these products, the minimum of competitiveness, because one of the hugest cost is the logistical cost, because we have bad roads, the roads are full, or it's to overcome this antagonist vision that infrastructure in the Amazon region is something that promotes destruction. It's quite the opposite. A good infrastructure, Brazil is capable to build park roads. We have several examples in Brazil. A hill that links Rio de Janeiro to Paraty are roads in the middle of the forest that have low impact. They are protected. It's the decision of Brazilian states to produce green infrastructure, or deny that it's impossible to do it, and deny this infrastructure to the people who live in Amazon. Yes, there is future, since public policy that's not has a north ideology, that the infrastructure produce destruction. We are in the opposite direction, the strengthening of infrastructure in Amazon with green infrastructure will allow the success of sustainable agenda. So just we need to fight to keep alive in this fight. And Paulo, I'd like to wrap up, take advantage of this instant. Marcelo and Alex, you are part of the System S, to be grateful in public. Our team of DRI, David Bontempo, Tati, all the team and the cabinet, and Alinda, and the communications team, Leticia, Diego, they are our photographer, Miko. Just say that was very hard to work in PRÉ-COP, but it was supported for the people in the background, in behind the scenes, the people, this consultancy, to be grateful to the ones who put money that supported. We'll be meeting in COP. Congratulations for people of CNI. Thank you, Director Roberto Muniz, President Alex and Marcelo. You can go back to your places in the audience. I remind you that the presentation of Director Muniz is available in this QR code on the screen. From this now on, we'll have in this event simultaneous panel where the stage will be divided in two. Its transmission will be in a silence mode, where each participant should tune in the respective channel in your translation devices. In the green stage, you're going to see the green and blue, and the green one we make available channels 1 in Portuguese and 2 in English. In the blue stage, you have channels 3 in Portuguese and 4 in English. I remind you, the green stage, it's 1 in Portuguese and 2 in English. For the blue stage, you have the channel 3 in Portuguese and channel 4 in English. And to open the first panel with the theme circular economy and innovation as a climate strategy, we invite today Steve, the Director of System Development Braskem, Jorge Souto. Directors Lucas Lima do Nascimento Leandro. The General Manager of Mineral Transformation of Vale, Bruno Fará. The Deputy Chair of GT of Circular Economy of PRÉ-COP and moderator of this panel, Patricia Iglesias. This panel has as its goals to debate the practical application of circular economy of materials, adoption of new business model, and integration between different links on the value chain that contribute to strengthen the strategies of decarbonization of companies. I'd like to invite again the Director of Sustainable Development of Braskem, the Institutional Relation Director of Ambev, Leandro, please. The General Manager of Mineral Transformation, Manager of Vale, Bruno Fará, and Deputy Chair of the WG Group, the moderator of this panel, Patricia Iglesias. Patricia Iglesias, please.
Lembrando que este painel...
I remind you that this panel has as a goal the practical application of circular economy of materials, new business models, integration of different chain value links that has contributed to foster the strategies of decarbonization among the companies. Patricia, you have the floor. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you and to highlight this initiative of have all this, make this difference. We are in a group that work the theme of circular economy, a new model that is very relevant to the current historical moment. We post some data that 7% is the current metric is regarding the some just 7%. 24% of the materials in the economy are biomass, and the most surprising data is 59% of the materials are virgin materials with fossil fuels generated to energy generation. It's necessary to change. There is no unique solution to generate circularity. We need priorities, goals in this sense. This group that's coordinated by Senate. I am Roberto Azevedo as mentioned, and this in the co-chairs below. We work with the three midterms. The first one the issues regarding incentives, regulation and incentives, the G2 robust regulations. It's in discussion. International Agency of Materials and the meetings that you discuss in the mood. Taxonomy that is more palpable, similar to different initiatives. We work at the issues regarding the circular supply chains that requires innovation in materials. It's collaboration. We are talking about innovation in sustainable materials. I have examples that it's not almost. I have two. The third point. Sorry, I skipped this. Is the issue regarding education and behavior change in the consumer. This is a very relevant moment because without the participation of a consumer, we're not able to advance. We chose six cases, six works. We're going to talk about these works and discuss. The cases chosen were from Alpargatas that works with the building of recycling of rubber chain. All these cases were chosen with AWC support. More than 47,000 of collected through securitization of debtors, local banks in this group supported bidding. We look for the facilities in economy, and the second case, young parents with integrate solution of it's a case that projects ways to make viable urban ecosystems of low carbon that integrate reverse logistics, trackability, and local chains. We have interesting data, more than 263 tons of recycled reintegrated. And we will redirect more than 25 million the material to the cooperative. The third part is X Labs. It's a platform of technology that is accelerating the capacity of the private sector in coalition among centers to circular materials. We have a problem with it's crossing the audio of the two X Labs. They developed the managerial capacity trying to prototype implementation of circular economy. We are talking about 60 circular solution co-created 1 billion of tons of resources out of landfills. I'm back. I perceive there was kind of confused. We are trying to a solution of this problem, trying to resume the beginning of the panel. We are trying to have this technical solution. We'll be back soon in an individual sound that it should be. Just a moment. Can we proceed? I think so. I was student this platforms how to finance to fund some with carbon. This is a very important theme to align the global markets because they are fragmented. That's an inoperable architecture, sometimes not transparent. In order to this, we have 80 structures of precification of carbon so it's essential to advance in the globalization of the markets of carbon. Again, back to the themes to ensure the financial flows to the south, global south, that they need to be more efficient. We are looking for opportunities of mitigation that are more efficient. We have a projection of yield that planning connected market could generate 1 trillion in financial flow until 2050. This is not a few, this is not a little resource. We were able to identify concrete deals in the carbon market that were of high integrity and able to prepare these projects, these transactions, to deal in the Article 6.2 and 6.4. The goal was, again, to find good projects, again, in high integrity, to be able to live, then to volunteer to make it already to transition to 6.2 and 6.4. We have a technical interruption now. Can you hear me? Yeah, but listen, now I believe we are able to. I'd like to pass the floor again to Patricia Iglesias to resume her presentation. Sorry. If you have any question, you can provide the details. I was talking about the cases that were selected, the 4 cases, the biggest recycled PET bottles in Brazil. It has a goal to construct the biggest recycling facility to be able to recycle 5.4 billion of bottles a year. That with capacity, to have a virgin resin. So we hope to avoid 148,000 tons of CO2 emitted yearly. It is equivalent to get rid of 25,000 vehicles from the streets during 1 year. I'd like to cite a case that was chosen on CPFS solutions, expanding solution economy, circular economy with unity of recondition is a key identified that take into consideration the circular economy, and they have more than 40,000 recyclable devices and 640 tons of it. It's very significant. In the end, the project of SKF of remanufacturing, it's called Too Good to Be Substituted. So the initiative is remanufacture, it's theirs as new equipment, lower time of delivery and less CO2 print. They have the same in 2024. There was 4.5 million kilos of steel and some tons of CO2 that were avoided. These were the cases that we select during this work. In the circular economy, we start a little bit about concrete cases of circular economy where
So we will be starting to talk with Georgia about these cases. You lead the sustainable area of BRÉ-COP, so you led international initiatives. I was talking about the COP Paris 2015 and initiatives that standardize the circle rate economy. How do you see the role of the chemical industry in the strengthening of the circular economy? How the BRÉ-COP will apply rate in the circle economy in its portfolio of action? Thank you. Good afternoon, Patricia. Good afternoon, Lucas. It is an honor to be here with all of you. I'd like to start congratulating everybody from CNI. So everybody has been supporting us in this organization. So I'd like to thank you for the invitation. I understand that the chemical industry and BRÉ-COP are part of the solution for us to have a more sustainable situation, confronting the climate changes in a more strategical way. This confrontation obviously cannot be done alone. We need partnerships. As you can see, there are a lot of cases of excellent partnerships. BRÉ-COP is a protagonist of a future circular economy of neutral carbon dioxide. That's what we want, and that's what we want the society to reach. In this future economy, it is important to control the climate changes, and we would work together in order for everybody to live well and within the planet, using the resources in a sustainable way. And then we have the circle economy. For that, BRÉ-COP can work in three fronts. First and foremost, the household chore. We reduced our emissions. In a positive way, we reduced more than 40 tons of greenhouse gases from 2020 to 2025. But we are developing new solutions for the society to use their resources, and in order for us to have a smaller footprint of carbon. So we're developing new processes, new products. As Leslie mentioned, we have renewable products, and these renewable products are not new. We've been launching those from 2010, and this product works ethanol as the primary. So we have the BioGreen Continental product. So we've been using and selling this product for more than 30 countries. So this has been produced by BRÉ-COP and supplied by BRÉ-COP throughout the world. So this has reduced more than 6.6 million tons of greenhouse gases. So this is enough of going around the Earth with the vehicle more than 1 million times. So more than that, associated to the lifespan of these products, we have been expanding the usage of the recovered plastic, recovered materials. So with these products in the market, we have the brand called Renew. We reduced the emissions, and as the studies say, we have already reduced more than 40% of the emissions if compared to the virgin products, traditional products. And the third way of acting is through the promotion of circular or circle economy. And thinking about the norm 5005, the ISO, right? And I recommend that you read the ISO of the circular economy. We see that the design is of paramount importance for us to promote the circular economy. Braskem has been using all of its knowledge in order to redesign its package and the product in order for the final product to be more renewable, more sustainable, and reach our goals. And the catchers, the collective of pickers, right, need a product with a certain package that is sustainable and renewable. So we have what we call the Kazula program, which support our clients in developing the circular economy products. So these are the fronts, right? So our household chores, the challenge and the development of circular economy products is what has supported us in order to develop these products. So we have long-range targets as well, like for example 15% of reduction of greenhouse gases. This 1 million is 10% of these target. So we want to expand the use of primary materials that are renewable. Today we have 67% of our capacity of production being done with these primary materials that can be renewed and can be reused. So we are doing a lot. The problem is that the system is not helping us. The system is not helping us. It is a little bit more cheap, right? A little bit cheaper to use the traditional materials. So we need to work together. We want to expand the renewable products, but we need to gather together in order to incentivize the change. COP30 will be an event that will open the space for pretty much chatting about it. And we need to say to everybody that we want a renewable product and renewable circular economy, and we have two elements that are of paramount importance. The first and foremost, the demand, and we need to incentivize the consumption of sustainable products. So when it comes to the recycled products and so forth, we have to incentivize and engage people to consume this sort of product. And the demand is not sufficient. It is more costly, so it is more expensive to develop this product. So we need more demand. We have to reduce the incentive to buy other products. So we need to improve and increase the demand towards this sort of consumption, this sort of products. So this is a discussion of paramount importance for Brazil. Braskem has been participating in CCA, and we've been getting to the conclusion that in order for us to resolve the plastic product problems, in order for us to reach the carbon-free products, we need to work with the renewable and sustainable packages, and we need to incentivize this consumption. This is the logic or methodology in order for us to increase the consumption of these products. We are concentrated in biomass and renewable energy, and we've been decreasing the usage of non-renewable products. So Brazil can bring about the resolution of multiple problems in terms of these sort of products, and also the neutrality of carbon dioxide. So I think that I will wrap up here. I'd like to thank the opportunity of being here today. George, thank you very much we've been seeing topics of paramount importance, and even the law of solid waste brings about the incentive rate question, but the incentive legislation has not been implemented. This is an effort that we have to see in the sense of looking for incentives, and no doubt the design is of paramount importance. We look only after the recycling methodology, but not on the overall. Let's go to Lucas Lima, and he works at Ambev. Ambev has been promoting a social business with Agua Ama, and they've been promoting the perspective that the sustainability is not only non-social, but it is social as well. The circle economy is not limited to economy itself. How can we work in the spectrum of social, the social spectrum? What are the principles that can be used in the circularity in terms of Ambev? I will pass the floor to you directly. Thank you, Patricia, for your question. Good afternoon to all of you. And well, we've been thinking about circular economy. We've been thinking about how we can submit these topics of paramount importance to COP30 and even beyond COP30. And I will bring about our case, which is Agua Ama. It is a project that doesn't start as a brand embracing a case, but it is a case that embraces a product and that is transformed into a brand. AMA basically is a project that we brought about, and the discussion came from the sustainable working team, and it went to trend and went to the supply team and to other teams in order for us to construct a product. So we had a can of water. What happens with the profit of this water? The profit of these water, AMA, is reverted into projects of infrastructure, of collection, and of treatment and supply of water in places where we do not have water supply. So we have been working in this project with multiple other sectors in order to impact the society. And the main topic of COP30, everybody will be talking a lot about it. The conversations about sustainability, about circularity, circle economy left the impact in sustainable departments, and it is navigating with other departments. It is on the table of other departments as well. And now we cannot lose track, right, of sustainability. We have to believe in sustainability, and we have to believe that in de facto we will impact the final producer and consumer as well. And we will we have here a methodology, a strategy of pretty much armor and sparrow and spade, and we will go after sustainability. We have multiple aspects here of paramount importance. So we have the plastic that can be renewed, that can be pretty much transformed. We have capillarity, and it is important for us as sustainable developers. We need to be more strategic, and we need to think about how to bring intelligence to the table, and also engineering to the table. What happens with AMA is that we have examples that were brought to the table of AMA directors, and currently we have a project that is embedded within the AMA project, which is a project that impacts the semi-arid area. We have this program with Avalar. They construct cisterns, and we have the circle methodology within this perspective in the semi-arid region. Another project that we are working with UFA and with the Institute Fleurisser was to bring about not only the perspective of access to water in areas with difficulty in terms of water supply, and we have a preoccupation of people who are living on the streets. So what did we do? Together with Fleurisser, we were able to put on the very hot spots of the great metropolis the drinking water equipments, the treated drinking water equipments, in order for those who are living on the streets to be able to drink, to be hydrated. So we believe that currently we can do that with the Institute Fleurisser. And we brought about this issue right to COP30 to Belém. Another project that represents what we are and conversates with the sharing leitmotif is that we have the accelerator called 100+, and within this accelerator we have a strategy to aiming at collecting or making projects of high impact in terms of infrastructure. And within this project we found the Agua Camilo. What does Agua Camilo make? They have silo filters. They created the filter, which is a backpack. The backpack filter, right? So we have this backpack filter, and with this project that we are doing with them, we were able to go to the regions of poor access to water. We made this a backpack filter available to the communities, and they are being able to be hydrated through this backpack. 97% of those communities, traditional communities, right, had challenges in terms of hydration. So they had multiple challenges in terms of health and hydration. And after this project, Agua Camilo, together with the backpack that are filters, right? You can even pretty much look after it on the internet. We have multiple reports about this project. From this project, 100% of those communities stopped having any problems of hydration. So they have no problems of hydration any longer because of this project. So this make it feasible. This project makes it feasible for us to reach these communities. And just to wrap up here, I don't know whether you remember that in the pandemic season, Leopoldo made a can, right? Brought a can, right? Everybody thought that it was a beer, right? A beer can. And everybody thought that it was a beer can, and it wasn't. It was a can of agua. It was a Agua Flora can. So Agua Flora was the first company to bring about this concept of canned water instead of other, a drink within a can, so a canned juice or a canned beer. We have the canned water, which is of paramount importance for sustainability and hydration, access to water. Another thing is the moderation in terms of alcoholic beverages. So in the carnival season in Salvador, in Bahia, Rio de Janeiro, we bring together with them access to water, drinking water, to those events on the streets. So together with the public and private sectors, we offer and we distribute this AMA water to those participating in carnival events, and also the pickers, right, the waste pickers, and so on and so forth. I think that's all. Thank you very much for your time, for your invitation, Patricia, and I'd like to praise CNI for your movement, which is of paramount importance for the whole of Brazil. Thank you.
Lucas, thank you very much. I think this case of Agua Ama is a huge differential. It involves the question of the camel. It has to do with designing. That we were talking about with Jorge Souto before. These systems are all interconnected. It's not only to think about recycling. The circular movement needs to have a broader look. And I pass the floor to Bruno Farah from Vale. We see that mining is an ugly duck, but it's something necessary. Without mining, we didn't have this project. Since you are the leader of circular the economy of Vale that transforms inputs in aggregate value products, what are the main technical challenges and regulations and regarding market is to transform these mineral waste in new products with aggregated value to contribute to the circular economy? Thank you very much, Patricia. Good morning to my panelist friends. As you said, Patricia, Vale, as any sector, we need to think mining in a different way. Leave the traditional to the circular mining to a more sustainable mining. In 2022, Vale already had this view. You inserted the circular mining in our goals, in our strategies, in our program of circular mining was implemented in 2023. Just to clarify, different from our colleagues, Vale also has a recycling programs with plastic papers, but our circular mining project is concentrated in the mining itself. So we use our mineral resources that are finite in the best way to avoid to stem waste that comes from the larva when we generate the external waste to reuse it the best way as possible, to reprocess what was deposited historically. Our project today is waste to value. That's to bring value to something that was considered without economic value. So this project, we mapped 160 initiatives. When I talk about 160, each asset of this is a dam or a pile of sterile. We are very proud of this program that was considered by CMM, that's the International Council of Metal and Mining, as a road landmark with this program. And we are having some problem with my equipment. So it's important to highlight this program. In 2024, we produced 2.7 million tons of iron ore through the reuse of dams and piles of sterile. When we reuse a pile or a dam, we reuse the iron ore and other materials that will generate some co-products. Today, Vale has two co-product and produce. One is the sustainable sand. We create a startup called Gera. It's responsible to trade this sustainable sand. We produce more than 3 million of tons of sustainable sand. Vale is the biggest producer in Brazil. Another is the block factories. In 2025, we produce more than 225,000 blocks. A special characteristic that these factories operated by women, and these blocks we have been using these internal initiatives and external with partners. With the iron ore, we are able to reduce 23,000 tons on carbon. It's equivalent to get rid of 19,000 cars out of the streets. So another very interesting case, it's the dam of Gelado. That's material deposited for many decades in Pará. It's an area prone to flood, and we reprocess all these dam with electrical boats, so you can reuse high level iron ore, high quality iron ore, and this when this water is dismobilized, will be, so this area could be used for reforestation, almost back to the initial conditions. And other products have been working with, talking about technical problems with our reprocessing. Our processes are more efficient, so we are able to recover the iron ore, and we also have all the minerals that we can get, like sand, some argil minerals, sandy minerals. We have developed of this. We have several partnerships, several universities in Brazil and abroad, startup. There are partners. An example was collab. We launched it together with Federal University of Minas Gerais. This collab, as its name says, it's a cooperative lab that's open to students, researchers, companies for free, without costs, and help us to develop other co-products. The technical difficulty is that our volumes are huge, big volumes, and we need help to get these materials. In talking about the regulations, CNI has helped a lot in an ACT project and a new law, because we still don't have some clarity about the regulation about circular there's so we need to define a standard regulation in order to have indicators. In this way, we as a country, we will be able to have a standard metric of the impact of all this that has been done. And co-products, it's very difficult for us to adequate some products to the market. Why? Because today, until recently, some time ago, we were able to be in China with some mining producers, so they have some better regulations regarding this product. They are able to insert these products in the consumer market. For instance, they use some ground corrective materials that our regulation doesn't allow. So we have projects regarding cement materials because they are our traditional cement, emit 90% less, but we still have some technical hurdles and regulatory hurdles to adequate this material. So I'd like to leave you with this message, Patrice. We still have a lot of challenges. I have the opportunity to bring some concrete cases that you have been dealing with that are very important, they are critical to the sector, but still have a lot to do in the regulatory and technical parts. Thank you very much. Thank you, Bruno. We brought some very important aspects regarding, especially with partnership with the university. I lead our initiative regarding sustainability. We work with companies. I think the university have been changing their point of view regarding the research that really tackle some real problems. We have been working with postdoc in very brief with delivery of results. I present these aspects for you to have a look in relation to the university, especially the University of São Paulo, that today is considered the fifth most sustainable university in the world regarding the management point of view. We are very proud of this because I lead the area of sustainability for the first time that I took this in 2016 that I entered this program. USP was more than 200 places below that the current. So I'd like to pose a question. What's a successful COP? We have a COP in Belém. We are very proud to host. And from your point of view, what means to be successful in COP30, George, please? Thank you, Patrice. I think a successful COP is already happening. I remember that in 2009, my first COP in Denmark, I went to an event like this. You didn't have any Brazilian company. It was the reality of that moment. One or not, but the protagonist, none. At least I didn't remember to have seen any Brazilian company. Even people talk in name of business and the industry, I didn't see it. How to do it? I think we changed a lot from this point till now. We see this sub-COP initiative. We have a lot of initiatives in Brazil. I think more than 50%, and there was 7 cases. One was selected. But regardless it was selected, chosen or not, you can perceive is that the Brazilian industry is very engaged. I'd like to congratulate everybody. I think we already have some success, but we have a system challenge. And Ricardo Muz, I took note of his quote saying we need to identify the public policies that concretely helped us. From the business side and industry, you need to add a letter SDG, social development and governance. And you need to add an A to have an intentional landmark to help public policies, to develop policies in order to increase the scale. You have some process, industrial, new business plans. We could have innovation, new public policies in order to change the level, in order to reach a circular economy with zero carbon. That is my message. I think I support those words. I aggregate. There's a friend, Circular Vidro Macari, my friend. I'm going to quote him that probably so the shared responsibility is shared freedom. So public policies, we need other people. We don't do it alone. So we need connections, negotiations, public policies to be make of official to be able to deliver. Patricia, aggregating some adding. I think COP is going to be a huge opportunity for us that we have been doing several concrete examples that were showed. We are proving that from Valley it's possible to have a different way to mine. When we talking about our case, you are moving, you are generating economic value, not only sustainability. I think COP will be a great opportunity to show what we are doing to other countries. It also a moment of reflection of the stakeholders and how to incentivize these sustainability policies, incentive, regulations, policies. I think it's going to be a very good moment for discuss and align everybody in supporting sustainability. Thank you. I'm very grateful to our three uh, guests. I hope this will be a successful case of implementation. SB COP was got the leadership in order to champion this issue. These are circular economy group that try to bring out concrete, real alternatives in this sense. I'm very grateful for your attention and I close our panel. Thank you very much. Thank you, Patricia. Thank you to the panelists. Please go back to your places in our audience. We'll have a brunch that is going to be served, and we'll be back. We resume our activity in 45 minutes. We'll be back here in 45 minutes. Thank you.
Uma indústria consciente não apenas cria novos produtos, ela recria soluções. Repensa a educação para criar novos profissionais para a indústria. Reinventa o trabalho para criar mais oportunidades. Recria tecnologia para criar uma nova indústria. Reformula as relações para criar mais desenvolvimento. Porque a verdadeira transformação é criar um novo pensamento, uma outra forma de fazer, refazer, um novo caminho que leva para o bem-estar de todos, mas um caminho onde se anda em meio à natureza. Um caminho que leva a um futuro em que temos uma indústria mais forte e mais verde. A indústria cria e recria todos os dias. Mas a gente sabe que quando o assunto é criar e recriar, não existe maior especialista do que a própria natureza. A indústria cria e recria. A indústria é mais. Sabe o que significa pensar um mundo sustentável? Significa repensar o mundo. Assim como quando a indústria cria, ela também recria, reaproveita, reinventa-se. Uma indústria consciente não apenas cria novos produtos, ela recria soluções. Repensa a educação para criar novos profissionais para a indústria. Reinventa o trabalho para criar mais oportunidades. Recria tecnologia para criar uma nova indústria. Reformula as relações para criar mais desenvolvimento. Porque a verdadeira transformação é criar um novo pensamento, uma outra forma de fazer, refazer, um novo caminho que leva para o bem-estar de todos, mas um caminho onde se anda em meio à natureza. Um caminho que leva a um futuro em que temos uma indústria mais forte e mais verde. A indústria cria e recria todos os dias. Mas a gente sabe que quando o assunto é criar e recriar, não existe maior especialista do que a própria natureza. A indústria cria e recria. A indústria é mais. Sabe o que significa pensar um mundo sustentável? Significa repensar o mundo. Assim como quando a indústria cria, ela também recria, reaproveita, reinventa-se. Uma indústria consciente não apenas cria novos produtos, ela recria soluções. Repensa a educação para criar novos profissionais para a indústria.
Mais uma vez solicito a todos que ocupem seus lugares. Em instantes estaremos retomando nossas atividades.
Again, we request all the audience to go back to seats. We are about to resume our activities. Thank you.
Todos, mas um caminho onde se anda em meio à natureza. Um caminho que leva a um futuro em que temos uma indústria mais forte e mais verde. A indústria cria e recria todos os dias. Mas a gente sabe que quando o assunto é criar e recriar, não existe maior especialista do que a própria natureza. A indústria cria e recria. A indústria é mais. Sabe o que significa pensar um mundo sustentável? Significa repensar o mundo. Assim como quando a indústria cria, ela também recria, reaproveita, reinventa-se. Uma indústria consciente não apenas cria novos produtos, ela recria soluções. Repensa a educação para criar novos profissionais para a indústria. Reinventa o trabalho para criar mais oportunidades. Recria tecnologia para criar uma nova indústria. Reformula as relações para criar mais desenvolvimento. Porque a verdadeira transformação é criar um novo pensamento.
Gostaria de lembrá-los que, como o palco...
I'd like to remind you that since the stage will be divided into panels, it's important to use your device translation in order to follow both one or other panel. Thank you.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, you all. We resume our program, event is PRÉ-COP30, the role of private sector in a climate agenda. On the next panel with sustainable cities to face climate change, we invite the Director of Institutional Relations of CNI, Roberto Muniz. The Vice President of Institutional Relations of IGE, Roberto Tavares. The Manager of Jesse and Lima Industrial, Ricardo Galvão Amâncio Cruz. And the partner of Deloitte, the partner of the task group of sustainable cities and moderator of this panel, Maria Emilia Perez. This panel has as goal to promote the debate about governance, innovation, collaboration, and private-public partnerships in the building of sustainable and resilient cities to face the challenge of urbanization and climate change. I pass the floor to Maria Emilia Perez, the moderator of this panel. Good afternoon. First, I'd like to be grateful to the work group of Sustainable Cities. It was a great pleasure to be partnering with you. I'm here today represent our chair, Rubens Menin of MRV, and our deputy chair, Renato Correia, and Luisa Sat from CBIC. Today, I'm going to explain the structure of this panel. I'm going to give you an overview of this group, and you'll pass to the conversation with our panelists. The group was created with this big goal to understand and go deeper in the theme of resilient cities. It's a very passionate theme and it's very diverse. We say that in this series we have all the problems but probably all the solutions, because we have 80% of global emission happen in the big cities. Since we work within the city with a big system where human beings are the center, it's a way to advance in an economy of low carbon or in an economy of high biodiversity. As Rubem Menin, Renato, our chairs and deputy chairs, we're very happy to have a very diverse group that contributed to the discussion. Some of them, I'm not going to cite all that, CBIC, iFood, Google, Stellantis, Sumitomo, Eve Capital, that brought not only relevant cases, but the perspective in our work that happens globally. This global view in each city helped a lot in the construction of this methodology. Some data, I think it's important to base our conversation decision-making process in data. 57% of road population live in city. This is a scary number, but you look to the forecast to 2050, that 70% will live in cities until 2050. So this is about to grow more and more. How to have these solutions and to have these solutions available in the cities? Since you look about climate resilience, another urban paradigm is that the cities occupy 3% of the land, but they consume most of the energy, and they concentrate above 75% of the emissions, in globally speaking. So sustainable cities are the solutions since we act in an integrated way. So this is a challenge, not only from this group of sustainable cities, but this is a huge challenge because we need to orchestrate our actions. In the case of cities, this is stronger. We have highlighted, I'd like to base a methodology, so seeing different variables that impact the cities, you decide to create this methodology as a matrix that you could clusterize the cities. Why to do that? Because this needs to be a very practical work, that the series could use this roadmap to define how to ensure the socio-economic development of the cities. When we talk about transition, we are talking about socio-economic development. We have two acts. One is complexity, the size of the challenge, and the maturity of the city and its capacity to face that challenge. Basic services, for instance, what's the level or awareness of the service? So we need to have this cluster. You have cities with different levels of maturity. In the blue, low maturity, high complexity. Port-au-Prince, for instance, the yellow, medium complexity, and the green one cluster is low complexity and high maturity when they have their infrastructure and available services, and that's capacity like Copenhagen and Sydney. For each one of these, there's a customized solution. You cannot say that Copenhagen's solution is the same for Port-Prince. We cannot do this. This just makes this conversation more difficult. Another very important point, when you talk about cities, we talk about the legislative and executive branch. How should make this system work to be orchestrated and to have the necessary articulation to make these stakeholders talk to themselves and generate this impact. So this matrix is a start point for discussion, give a pathway in order to structure our solution. Here we need to we have several fronts, very important fronts but there are other SEB COPs that treat with these issues that are relevant. As anything in life, we need to prioritize to have this first step to focus in the most impactful. So you prioritize the three huge areas. They are very huge. That's the reason our panelist is here. Energy, water, and sanitation, basic infrastructure, urban mobility and planning, urban planning and infrastructure. When you talk about energy, it's about 76% of global emissions. It's a very important number. That's the reason we brought as a priority. Water, sanitation, hygiene is responsible for 7% of the emissions. When you look at this series, you cannot look in an isolated way, just about emission. We were talking with Jay in lunch, and Lucia, when talk about water sanitation, we talk about health. That's another cluster in sustainable cities that's very important. Again, we cannot look at these numbers in an isolated way, but we need to analyze how they reflect in each other. This urban mobility has developed a lot in the last years, but there's a huge opportunity of scale that I like to talk about system. We have a compact chain of value. We talk about batteries. We have a structure that depends on the size of this movement, everything that arrives to this series. Today, the transportation system is about 15% of total emissions and 23% of global emissions of CO2 related to energy. We have this impact in logistics that comprises 30% of the emissions of GE in the city. So we'll go to the third chapter is the urban planning infrastructure. It's responsible for 80% of GE emission. We have the strong personnel of civil construction, a lot of technology being developed to advance. Many things have been done using biomaterials, bio-inputs. We have been working a lot in Brazil. Brazil is a leader in this sector. The infrastructure sector in the cost of climate adaptation is very high, 80%. We look at cement, aluminum, some very huge percentage. When you look at the number of tons of cement, tons, millions of tons a year is another point. You cannot talk about this today. When you talk about cities, you need to have a perspective of dematerialize the city, how to bring less materials and how to generate less waste, and that's another discussion about circularity, but how to generate less. These were the main themes, our themes. For each one of these, there's a recommendation. Mus talked about this. You can access on the net. So we have to be the leader and the legacy, and our group bring this very concrete view and how this recommendation reached Brazil and Amazon region, bring the potential impact for Brazil, Amazon, and to the world in a very pragmatic way, how it would work for us. When you talked a bit, Musa talked about the competition cases, and you use our matrix, our methodologies to prioritize the huge cases that we received. I'm not sure, but I think we received more than 60 cases in the platform related to sustainable cities and the themes. I want to bring all these examples because we have just a short time. I'm passionate about this case. I still need to visit some places, but I want to visit to feel in the spot, to feel the real impact. Google bring not electrolysis with greenhouse apex, with green series is from IXC, every capital with the platform of electromobility in partnership with iFund, what are the offsets that are a work of resilience. That's very nice. We brought you an overview on the main cases. Beyond cases, we have a real impact. More than that, we are able to look at them and to see a potential in scale of new models, new business model that matches with these models, that in order to make the series be seen from this point of view. So our second part of our panel start to talk a bit, take advantage of the expertise of our guests. And now, sometimes it works. First, I'll bring some specific questions. These big conversations, since I have this script, I say that rules, they are to be broken. They are made to be broken. So I'd like to start question for Rogério, talking about sanitation area again. So BRT easy to participate. Rogério, I'd like to know how you understand as the sanitation sector could be positioned as a leader in sustainable cities. You have incredible cases that were collected in the platform. You have a practical expertise. I'd like to hear from you about your experience. Thank you, Emilia. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. Since we don't have much time, I'll be very brief. The protagonists that we envision in the terms to have resilient cities, sustainable cities, looking from the point of view of sanitation, we understand that you need to bring the services to people as a focus of work, highlighting the social service, especially the most vulnerable ones. And most of the Brazilian deficit and water and sanitation is concentration in people with wages until one minimum minimum wage. 70% of people who don't have the service in these wages below one minimum wage. So we need to include people that in general are invisible to society, and to be something that could be scalable in every place that you enter. You have to focus on these people to understand the composition of local community, to establish the kind of fee or to are able to comply with the universalization goals, the public service of sanitation that are provided by a private provider like us could perfectly solve this problem that is dragging their feet for one century in order to provide water and sanitation and to bring health. People forget that sanitation is health, essentially health. Without sanitation, we would have a huge expansion of disease in general, and in the water and in the air. Disease, Dr. Margaret posted in a speech, to bring sanitation is much more to provide infrastructure. It's provide health and dignity to people in Brazil. We have many cases and many places that we work to focus the service to these communities. Recently, we assumed the concession in Pará, in Belém. The first intervention in Belém was Vila da Barca, is a 4,000 people community, almost all of them above the river, that we were able to bring treated water, and you are about to bring sanitation to this area. We have this customized solution via aerial providing, so to provide sanitation in an efficient, inclusive way. That's what you have to do to promote the necessary change and promote social justice and development in the country. It's very nice to talk about cases, the positive case, which were the huge challenges, the big challenges in each place that we work. We look to understand the reality of that region in order to seek for a solution that is appropriate, customized, although it's just to provide water and sanitation, although It's not something a rocket science, but you need to adapt the solutions to that reality, as I showed in Belém and also in Manaus. We need to provide water to the whole houses over the river. So if you provide this kind of service to these people who don't have, surprisingly, these people recognize the work you are doing because you are creating a service that they paid a very expensive price. They had bad water. They didn't use not even to cook nor. So they had to buy mineral water. So they save in this sense, and they will have a service that they understand that's fair, that they deserve. They, in many situations, the first address, the official address that they have is the water bill. So providing professional capacitation courses of mechanic, electrician courses. We try to give jobs to the people of this community. Here, Águas do Rio has probably 10,000 collaborators. Half of them they were hired in the community in a normal process that they send their CVs and to tend to people to be selected. That showed that the model to go to the place, look for the community leadership. The main leadership of the community is to identify what are the demands and to keep people all the time at the place, not to leave this service loose. We give answers. We don't have problems in Rio. In an abnormal situation, let's say, people talk about drug trafficking and other things. You are able to operate in very complex environments very well. Why? Because we went there talking to people, bring the services that they would like to have. They didn't, and with a price, they have a special fee, that 10 reais with water and sanitation with extreme poverty families. Two things when you talk about the address to receive their bills, this change there it seems something that's simple, but it's not. Another aspect is about the customization of the problem. I'd like ways of customizing. A case of Macarena, this lady received the bill to pay because the other couldn't pay, and this lady created a business because she was able to pay the bills for that community. So there was another role for this lady in the community, and she recognized it's a way with a human look to be able to adapt, not only as a company, but as a society. And we as a private sector, we are able to do. I'm going to pass the floor to Ricardo Galvão, GS Mínimo. I'd like to understand, Ricardo, we have been working very hard with important solution of water reuse in industrial scale, about a project that you have, Aquapol in São Paulo, one of the biggest of the world. How do you see the reuse of the industrial water in more resilient and sustainable cities? Thinking about reuse of it, closes the cycle of the water since the consumption and the return to a new use, and you close this cycle. The reuse is very important because it doesn't compete with industries. In the case of hydro scarcity, the industry is left without water, because the most important is the population. So the reuse is about hydrical security. In EGS, we have a project, it's water cycle, that started in 2019 with the acquisition of Aquapolo. That is the structure. It has as a goal to provide 100 cubic meters to recycling water to our clients. With Aquapolo, we were able to reach 50,000 cubic meters. When recently we have a pioneer project. It's the first project, the first public auction for the use of water in Espírito Santo, Vitória. Until 2027, we will reach 80 cubic meters. Is very important. Till 2030, we have a goal to reach 100,000 cubic meters. We have an ongoing project in PECEM, together with utilities. It's the production of recycling water to the hydrogen. There is a very strong demand around Fortaleza and PECEM for data centers. They use a lot of water to cooling.
So we have to see all of these ways to reuse. In order for us to know that, in order for us to have a sustainable city, we have to use what everybody is using out there. We have the direct and indirect reuse. We have multiple actions that we can pretty much do. The sewage is water. Is it dirty? Yes, but it is water even though. So we can use it and reuse it. We do have the technology in order to reuse it. The world has developed multiple technologies. So this is the point, to reuse, to close the cycle of water and to recycle. How do you think about the usage of water in the circle or circularity and the reuse of this belonging of humanity? So we have to strengthen our efforts to use it. So what are the hindrances and the backlashes in terms of these technologies for circularity? Well, the points that I'd like to highlight is the taboo of water, taboo of sewage. So I will reuse the water that came from the sewage pipeline. So this is dirty, or is it not? No, it is not, because we are filtering it. So this is a topic of paramount importance. We have to disrupt this perspective or this paradigm that sewage water is not water. The sewage water is water. It can be reused, and this is important. And this should be preached in a routinely way every day. So in Argentina and Europe, we have the reuse, the reutilization of this water. We have multiple places with this water scarcity. And in Argentina, they were able to reuse, the sewage water. So they closed the gap, they closed the cycle, and they do not have any difficulties in supplying water any longer. So sewage is water. So this is important. It is important to bring about the sociological change of paradigm, which is the human behavior and the human dynamics. Biology is launching with Aya the importance of sea level, So it is impressive to see that. I always like data. I always like to use data to pretty much advocate for what I'm saying. So the lack of security is a hindrance, is a backlash for the society and for the companies. We think about innovation a lot. We think about technology a lot, artificial intelligence, and etc. However, this detail is of paramount importance. I'm not saying that this is not complex. but human beings should be taken into consideration in terms of humanizing the technology, humanizing innovation. If we humanize our work, we will make bold moves and changes. We always bring at least three cases, and what we want to bring about is the need of customization. We need to customize, we need to put human beings in the center of our leitmotif. We are strong in terms of technology, but we have to put the civil society in the forefront of our work. And something important to talk about is that we have to think about the youngsters, the training of these youngsters, how to guarantee this training. This is a gap in the cities. In the great metropolitan areas, how can we guarantee that the youngsters will be trained? How can we pretty much pass forward the knowledge and also open the space for them to speak as well? Now, Roberto Muniz I'll pass the floor to Roberto Muniz. He was the thinker of this forefront of this movement. So thank you for the opportunity of being here, of bringing about as well this topic of paramount importance. Thank you for the recognition. And as a CMI president or CEO, you are an articulator. You articulate with the industries and also the decision makers of public policies, which is of paramount importance for us. And you show that we are doing a lot. Davi has been promoting this as well. We cannot bring about all the impact and the activations, right, without the public policies. So how CNI can act in order for the industry to be prepared in terms of readiness for the impact of the climate changes. We live these impacts already, but what can we do? Amelia, thank you for your words. It is an honor to meet you in this trajectory. You're passionate for the sustainable and resilient cities, and I loved your presence here and your words. Sergio has been working with us and militating towards and pro sewage filtering. So one of the biggest things that happened in my life was to be positioned as a city manager, right? So city is a phenomena, a social phenomena, and its roots. It is the state of art, the pure state of art of the human being. We want to, and we are eager to cohabit, to live in society. So all of these challenges are fruits of the scale that we created. So when it comes to sustainable and resilient cities, we see the sustainability today in our sewage system, in our rivers, and the solid waste reuse. So city is a huge, gigantic cluster of challenges. And in order for us to understand the word resilient in a simple way, the resilient infrastructure is the structure that we need in order to create a sustainable city. So in order for us to reuse whatever it is, the material, as soon as it is used, we will need pretty much the structure in order to go towards that path. And then when we reach it, we'll have the sustainable city. I would like to make a research here with you. Who here had the sadness of being victim of any sort of violence, an assault, someone who was pickpocketed, and whoever has gone through this violent behavior, stand your right, raise your right hand, and whoever didn't go through, the left hand, please. So no one raised the left hand. So if I had asked this question about 40 years ago, I'm pretty sure that a lot of people would raise their left hand. And what if we question how many people know what is a flood that pretty much victimized people? The right hand, raise your hand if you have already seen victims for a landslides or flood. So we have more people now. So this curve is of extreme importance. The CPF that goes blank because of this violence is decreasing. However, this is a social phenomenon that we have to be attentive of. And in order for us to care for these people, the industry, right? The industry needs to be the supporters of cities, right, Paulo? Paulo Afonso, you know quite well about that. There's no city without industry. The industry is everywhere, and all the streets, on the public heritage, and private heritage as well, personal one. What we can say is that CNI is quite attentive to the cities, right? So we can pretty much approach a sustainable finance of the technology routes, new products, and therefore we will flourish the possibility of consuming with the responsibility and education, and on top of that, provide access to services that we as residents we were unable to provide with the public policies. So in this realm and in this desire of creating universal public policies, the partnership between the public sector and the private sector, as well as the articulation between the public and private resources, is of paramount importance. The possibility of a sustainable exit for the long run. Yeah, I think that we can do that together. And with the supportive collaboration, we can do that. The model, we have this mindset of competition, right? In the transition that we're going through, mainly when it comes to the great disasters, we've been thinking about how to collaborate more, how to support people more. Regardless of your religion, there's someone up there, right? Trying to convince us that the technology itself is not the sole instrument that we have handy. We have very little time here, but the industry has multiple challenges. It has to speed up the solutions for the great cities, and also it needs to develop the instruments, the tools that we need to tackle all the challenges. And the industry, on the other hand, has multiple pressures in terms of competition, national and international competition. How do you call that out? What are your inputs in terms of this paradigm, right? The GDP as well. How do we exit the GDP that is made out of commodity exportation in order to be more industrialized? So we have two things. Within all the sectors, the industry qualify this topic of salary. We have 10.5 million employees working with the industry here in Brazil, in the universe of 900,000 companies. So this is a sector that is robust. We have 35% of the taxes coming from the industry. So when an industry is closed, a school is closed, a classroom is closed, it's important for us to know that. And I'd like to mention something that is going on now. When it comes to the big tax norm, the new norm that is going through, right? That is going around this huge momentum. So the big tax rate is pretty much showing that the United States is afraid. The United States is afraid because it is lagging behind China. And this shows us that we have a lot to grow. We have to speed up the process of growing with our industry. We have to we have to compete and co-compete. We have to open a dialogue within the sectors, the productive chains. The Brazilian steel will have to be linked with the construction, civil construction. The sewage industry will have to work together with the pipeline industry, the chemical industry. We will have to articulate together. Mr. General Fernando, you will need to support us on getting the association of the chemicals and the industrial loopholes. So in order for us to do that, we have to change the mindset. The politics and the businessmen need to reprogram themselves in order to work in this new momentum. And it is important for us to have institutions like CNI leading, right, heading this way, coordinating this change of mindset. Otherwise, we won't be able to reach our goal. And I'd like to thank you for your support. And we've been seeing that this transition between the economy, it needs to be articulated. We cannot look after a sole perspective, isolated perspective. We need to put human being in the center, and we need to have the articulation. I loved your speech and your remarks. We need to compete. We have to cooperate, and we need to have leaders. We need to have leaders. I say that I'm passionate for everything that I say, right? But we have to be pragmatic. We cannot work without pragmatism, without effectivity to this discussion. It is nonsense to be pretty much a passionate fall in love for a cause without pragmatism. And therefore, we need a leader that is strong in order to lead the way. This debate is not easy. When it comes to changing, we're not talking about change overall, but changing us as well. We need a collective movement in order to have change. So I'd like to have your final remarks to wrap up with this panel. I'd like to thank you first and foremost for our colleagues' remarks. It is an honor to be here discussing about this. This topic is of paramount importance. We are raising this flag together. We cannot raise the flag in an isolated way. We have to unite ourselves in order to reach our target, right, that we are looking for. Thank you. Well, thank you, panelists. I'd like to mention that this moment here is of paramount importance for us from CNI. It is a rupture or disrupture of paradigms. We have hundreds of businesses here, and we need to submit to COP something that was impossible to see before. The industry on the table of negotiation. So this is the greatest legacy that CNI will leave to you. So we will be leaving this to SB COP as well, the voice of the productive sector, which is responsible for the adaptation of the cities worldwide. Thank you very much for your intermediation. Thank you, Rogerio. Thank you, media. Maria, thank you, colleagues. And the final remark is that we believe that the cities can improve. And on our end, we're doing everything possible in order for us to have a better sewage system. Looking for changing the face of the society, in order for us to be more inclusive, for us to be more just, fair, in order for us to open the space for the invisible communities. And this is what we're trying to do here. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank you for your reflections, and we will go together in order to create more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable cities. I'd like to thank you for panelists, and please take your seat in the auditorium.
Bem, daremos início.
We will now go to the next panel. Energetic transition pillar, a central pillar of decarbonization, and we will be talking about the transitions of the carbon fuel, talking about investments and technologies and innovations that that will make it feasible for us to make this transition to a matrix that is more clean and more sustainable. The Vice President of the IBRAM, Fernando Azevedo Silva, please come to the stage. The Director of Sustainability of CPFL Energy, Rodolfo Serran. The Senior Consultant of External Relations of Hydro, Rodolfo Rodrigo. And the Manager of Sustainability and Research and Innovation of Radia, Sevai and Zaptus Share. And the transition, the leader of an energetic transition, Rani Lusoy. Please. Can you hear me? All right, please. Take your seat. I'd like to pass the floor to the moderator, Bronya. Close the please. Please, Bronya. And let us have the best panel possible. Good afternoon to all of you. Let's talk about energy transition, which is of paramount importance in our trajectory of decarbonization. I'm the Deputy Chair of the Energy Transition Working Group, and in this working group, we have Daniela Manidi, who led the group as chair, with the participation of our co-chairs, and you will observe them. They are representatives of multiple sectors in multiple countries. We have 48 members collaborating in these discussions and support of global partner McKinsey. This group has had the challenge of discussing the issue of climate warming, right? And how this transition can contribute to reduce the warming. I'd like to call your attention to these figures. Today, if all the countries commit to the decarbonization as they are supposed to, even though we have a gap of 26 gigatons of CO2, and we have a demand that is every time growing more and more, 4% per year. And the investments that we have today are not sufficient. We have to raise it threefold in order for us to reach our target. We are lagging behind here. One of the challenges of the group was to discuss how this transition can collaborate in this scenario. So we elected 3 topics of paramount importance. So they together can bring a reduction of 40% in emission of greenhouse gases up to 2030. So these are topics of paramount importance and impact. The first one is efficiency, energy efficiency. So what is energy efficiency doing here in this energy transition group? This is a basic concept of reducing the consumption of energy. This is the best way to decarbonize, is to reduce the consumption. This is being thought of and talked about for decades, and we haven't been able to make a lot of progress. We have to reduce our electricity consumption, and this brings about productivity as well. In order for us to reach that, we need targets given by the public policies and by the government institutions. In order for us to have business cases of the industries with benefits, and in order for us to implement in a speed that is twice as fast as we have today. So the second one are the renewable. So we want to triplicate the capacity of generating clean energy. The issue here is that we cannot only generate it, we have to distribute this energy and to store this energy. I'm talking about natural resources. We know that the solar light has a limited time. The wind blows in a certain specific time, so we have pretty much to generate energy, but we need to think about the whole system. And finally, the third topic is the sustainable fuel. Biomass, biomethane, bioethane, hydrogen, green hydrogen. So we have to speed up the usage of these fuels in detriment to fossil fuels. So we need technologies, incentives. We need these fuels to be more competitive. Otherwise, we cannot accelerate its use.
So in theory, the theory is very beautiful, but it's useless if you don't bring to the table practical cases. That's the reason why our group sought for. We had 170 cases, very well aligned with the 3 pillars of decarbonization in energetic transition. These cases come from several countries, several sectors. You elected, we chose some the emblematic ones to share with you and to bring these pillars to the practical side, to showing that's possible, it's feasible to implement projects aligned with the 3 priority pillars. The first one is from Suzano. Suzano one, it's units of paper and cellulose. There was the substitution in one of these that was substitute this gas that made an independence from the external sources, improve the energetic efficiency, and bring the benefit of emission reduction. The second project is a project from Braskem, is well aligned with energetic efficiency in the unity of ABC in the state of São Paulo. They implemented more efficient engineers, and they combine with the generation of hydrogen enrichment. With example of renewables, we have a very interesting case of Engel's case, Gralha Azul project in the state of Paraná. Engel, together with the government, implemented 1,000 kilometers of transmission lines, bring renewable energy to 27 municipalities, impacting reducing more than 1 million reduction of greenhouse effects emissions. We have An example, a solar farm in South Africa from Iscatec. In this project, they generate solar power combined with batteries to ensure the providing energy from 5 in the morning till 7 at night. So even other projects that they transform waste from the cities that are not recyclable in circular methanol. It's a good example in order to associate circular economy with decarbonization. An example that our Brazilian know, it's an example from Toyota hybrid. They have been launching hybrid cars with electrical and combustion engine, and if they have refuel with sustainable ethanol, they have a huge reduction in emissions. It shows commitment of the private sector to decarbonization and showing that's concrete. I'd like to talk with our guests in order to bring more examples aligned with this scenery. And now it's now it's okay. Due to this context that I reminded you about the urgency goals, I would like to bring my first question for you: how your company or entity can contribute with decarbonization, with matching the goals to the sector, taking into consideration it's a complex subject, it's a productive chain, not only in the company, but the whole chain. And there are some sectors are very energy intensive. Fernando, please, could you talk about the mining sector regarding this issue? Thank you. In first place, I'd like to thank you for this audience here, to congratulate to us the top for this initiative, because this is the team. My companion, the other another Rodolfo. We have plenty of Rodolfos in this station. It's a very important sector, energy, and and represent Hydra that's associated. I'm the vice president of the Brazilian Institute of Mining. We have 311 associated. Maybe if you close your mic. So I really represent the mining sector in the context of this theme. How does the productive sector how is this productive center collaborate with this model of decarbonization climate? I'm going to talk about the importance of mining and minerals and mining in the COP30. This agenda is this subject. And for this reason, besides forest and decarbonization, we have advanced technology advance in this direction. The solar panel, the windmills, as used at the cars. This is not possible without mining. This is impossible. Mining is present. And we talk about security, climate security, energetic security, food security, and all of them, the minerals are present. We need also mineral security, but food, yes, food doesn't advance without potassium, without the fertilizers. And it's surprising, my colleagues know about it, it's surprisingly, Brazil is a barn in relation to agriculture. It is the second road exported in tons of agriculture, but it's one of the most, the biggest importance in minerals to fertilize. So you have geopolitics. Mining, geopolitics is present in mining. When you look at the United States and Ukraine talking about critical and strategic minerals, when you see China saying to the Americans, "Oh, the rare earth is with me." So this is in the geopolitical speech in the world. In the current days, strategic, rare earth, critical and strategic. What does it mean? There's no lack of specialists in this rare earth and mineral specialists. Ibrahim took a parliamentary front for 3 years. It started in 1 month. He started a parliamentary front or rare earth. The difference between critical minerals and strategic, both are important to the country, to the population. Both are strategical to the country. They are critical when there's a question marking regarding the supply, the arrival, and production of this mineral. So in this brief introduction, because my time is short, I'd like to make clear that climate changing and mining are in the same equation. They are unpartable. Let's put Brazil. What are the challenges? First, the challenge to Brazil is that we currently are a huge supplier of commodities, but you need to evolve in order for the industry, the transformation industry, and to evolve in this issue. Geological diversity, we are diverse. Our underground, we have a chemistry table, but the scale that you need 100 to, we just mapped 27% of our land. This is too little from the thing to find the things that are under the ground. We have some problem. We have problem with we have 5 axes to follow. Infrastructure. I have a problem with the sound. There is no. Well, it's a little bit more. Our industrialization, phase 2 green industrialization, public policy and funding to the sector. We have advanced the BNDES. It's the development bank has facing this. We discussed in a public hearing. There is a project of actions, a critical policy for critical and strategic minerals that should be approved this year. It's an advanced socio-economic justice. We cannot escape from that. And the support to the mining institution. You need to support this. The Mineral Agency of Mining that's suffering a lot with budget restriction. The Brazilian Geological Service has to map this 27%. They have to increase. It's the lack of support in the Mining Technological Center. What's the role of IBRAM? It's very simple. It's follow its mission. is to represent in an institutional way the sectors of miners. We have an associated here. This is the role. With committees, we have a committee exactly about the IMA. We have 24 committees that are involved with mining. We have an event at the end of this month. You have the biggest fair in Latin America, the COSIBRAN. After that, we have Amazon that is linked to climate. And we are approaching COP30. We're going to present that you have a document that was a target of 5 goals and 5 themes: clean energy, more than 15% with renewable water and water management until 2030, positive nature, biodiversity, industrial decarbonization, and fifth, sustainable territories, municipalities and mining municipalities that are sustainable. These are our commitments related to COP30. Concluding, we need political planning and its advance, because mining is in the talk of the city and the geopolitical conversation. This is the material base for the energetic transition. So that's the reason we are in this panel. The Brazilian mining sector, with the support of IBRAN in partnership with the government society, has a commitment to be part of the global solution, the climate solution. We had in Brazil the cycle of gold, the rubber cycle, the coffee cycle. In the 20th century, it's the oil and gas cycle. And I see, as Vice President of IBRAN, that the 21st century is the century of the climate change and mining century. Thank you. We're going to share these mics. Thank you, Fernando. It's good to know that the goals will reach in 2030. As we show, the context requires speed. I'd like to hear Rodolfo regarding CPFL. How is this company positioned in relation to this theme? Thank you, Rania. It's a privilege to share the stage and be part of this audience. Thank you very much, you all. But the main thing when you talk about to contribute, it's to do our homework. CPFL as a group, we announced in July, we anticipated in 5 years 100% renewables in our generator land. We are the production transmission with the less losses, because we need, in order to exist and provide electricity to many homes, we had a goal of 56% of reductions, but we reached this year with 59%. Through this example, very concrete examples linked to the business and being part of all the strategic decision making, we start to have to establish a journey to our value network. When you talk about we talk about more than 3,000 suppliers. They have active contracts. Our full portfolio is around 8,500 in our portfolio. It's possible to do, and you have another practice there. You had as a distributors and of electricity. We live about the modernization of the lines. We announced an investment of 30 billion for the next 5 years for electricity distribution. That very old equipment, obsolete lines should be substituted by new ones. What to do with all this material? We started company that we recycle and segregate all this material. We use in a reverse chain, and the transformers that spend 25, 30 years that use it, they are renewable and come back to more 30 years of this employ 300 people. It's localized a small city. São José do Rio Pardo is the biggest employer in the city. With all these, we can regenerate an EBITDA of 50 billion a year. It's very positive to society, to the environment, and to the business. And this specific project was recognized among the 6 in circular economy and double. I think it's very important. One thing that we showed how much we are dealing with these 3,500 suppliers. You said to them that till 2030, 90% of our effort will be only with the suppliers and partners that will have high level of sustainability. What does it mean? The companies that they have goals to reduce energy consumption, use of local workforce, diverse workforce, but less dependency of landfills. In order to reach zero landfill, it's important to take this into consideration. This has been a journey. I criticize a lot to some developed countries that to reach a goal they change their supplier chain. But here in Brazil we have a huge responsibility, and with our company it's not different. We go through a journey with them. They answer in a very immediate way. Some people still are slower, but we still have a tail that will not adapt, and this one doesn't need to change. But it's a very important role for the big companies to perform. Another issue in the electrical sector, there is a project that's funded by the electrical bill, that's energetic efficiency. You decide to transition a more powerful way, concentrate this in health. We have 900 hospital, public and philanthropic hospitals. One of the most difficult things for the manager of these hospitals is to organize its finances and to pay the electrical bills. Is to pay the electric bills. But I'm not going to cut their electricity. But the important thing was to implement energy efficiency, implement solar panels, and decrease the electrical bill in 95%. So you take pressure, the financial pressure, you can redirect these resources. This is very well recognized by the public sector, by the citizens, by the client, and you can avoid the problems of default. So it's a very important improvement. So I could have energy efficiency in jail imprisonment facilities. This is something that's dignified, but something that brings benefits is very important. So these are my more important points, but the main one is a work that our CPFL is taken to reduce the emission of its clients. We have the half of the energy that we provide in CPFL is to the industry, and to have energy transition for the industry is fundamental. So 90% of our grid are new, 10% is fossil fuel. So you can understand that the energy providing in Brazil is completely different of the rest of the world. So if you electrify the economy, you decarbonize. Just in São Paulo, we have 7,500 big engine. If you change this for electrical energy, you are reducing costs and promote decarbonization. Every time that the industry talks about financial lines for energy efficiency, this means not only the change of these materials in high production, but the electrification is the main pathway that Brazil has to have less emissions and to put much more competitive products in the international market. Everything of this is climate change in a country that's a leader. We are going to bring a lot of experience to COP, but they are going to criticize us because we cannot change the use of the ground, we cannot deal with illegal mining. In conservation, we need to get rid of these problems to show that Brazil is a vector of growth to the world with low emission, with high responsibility, that all the companies that are represented here are engaged.
It is working now. Thank you, Rodolfo. And it is interesting. You gave some examples of the chains. Supplier, what the CPFL has done. So we have actions that are integrated, as you described to us. These are important, and it is important to see overall. The companies have to decarbonize their processes, but we have to look after, we have to have an overview. Now, Rodolfo, thank you. Thank you, CNI and CPFL for the organization of this event. The panel here is of high quality, and it is an honor to be talking about the energy transition in COP30. I'd like to make a brief introduction of what is Hydro. Hydro is a multinational company with its headquarters in Norway, and we have one of our food is on the industry sector, and the other one in the energy sector. So here in Brazil, our industry sector is really strong, and we are pretty much now focused on the state of Pará, which is the state where the COP30 will be held. So we have pretty much the document, and we also have pretty much an infrastructure of logistics. We have the Ferro Norte, which is a mining plant, which is one of the biggest in the world. And just crossing the street from the mine, we have the joint venture of Bryce, which is a supporter of Brex. So this is our foot in the industry sector. We have the Hydro Ring, which is a solar and wind energy plant, right? We are focused on the decarbonization of our industry. We do not want to outsource this decarbonization process. We do that on our own. This sector has 4 plants with some more than 4.5 gigahertz of process and activities rolling out. Energy is a paramount importance for us. This is our business, and we're big consumers of energy as well. Within the topic of this panel, energy transition, the topic current topic, transition, right, energy transition, I'd like to mention that the energy transition with aiming at combating climate change is a value in our society. This is already structured. Industry, the basis industry, the intensive industry is of paramount importance for this transition. And for hydro, right, this is not different. We ourselves, our target is to decarbonize and reduce the emissions in 30%. And we intend to be carbon neutral until 2050. And this is aligned to the global movement. Not only for you to have an idea of what I'm talking about, we have already invested since 2022 more than 12 billion reais in deforestation of deforested forests and also renewable products. I'd like to mention three activities that we've been producing, and we're proud of them. The first one is the usage of natural gas. Usage of natural gas in Ala Norte is something that we do in order to replace the gas and also the regular fossil oil. We don't want to use the fossil fuel any longer. We have already concluded this, and this is a name for us until that we reaffirmed at the end of last year. So these are our future targets, right? We have already invested 1.3 billion reais to decarbonize our processes. And we also offered benefits to the region. Ala Norte is the biggest natural gas supplier in the country, and we have a contract of lifespan of 15 years. So we are a fundamental anchor in order to make it feasible for us to distribute natural gas in Macarena, Pará. So this externalizes positive outputs for the region. Today in the region, you can buy our natural gas for your projects as well. So we have more industries working with this natural gas fuel. The second project that I'd like to mention is our electrification project. Ala Norte has installed 3 gigantic electric boils that consumes 24 megahertz per hour of wind energy. And we also have our generation plants, 3 solar generation plants and 1 wind generation plant. We have photovoltaic plant in Rio Grande do Norte. We have 1 wind plant in Pernambuco, and these 3 boils, they are supplied 100% with renewable energy. We didn't want to electrify it alone. They do have a level of electrification that is more than enough. We wanted to increase the capacity of renewable energy generation in our plants, and we reduce 450 tons of CO2 per year, so with the boils alone. The third one, which is one of the most important projects, is the project to use the seed of acai as a biodiesel. So acai is part of the culture of Pará. Once you extract the pulp, you have the waste, which is the seed, right, of acai. So in Pará, they do not know what to use with the seed. So we are preparing a project with the Federal University of Pará, and we identified that we can use this biomass as fuel in our operation, replacing the mineral carbon or coal, right? So we are doing this project. We're mixing the seed, the biomass, together with coal, within our 3 boilers that we have, right? Yeah, and our target for this year is to use 125 tons of seeds, right, of acai in order to do the biofuel. So 10 times as much as we used last year. So we are using this blend to pretty much produce the biofuel, and if everything goes right, we will be using 100% of our fuel coming from this biofuel from the seed of acai. Another thing is that Alunorte is a regional industry. So we have this waste that we transform it into biomass, and we pretty much have a chain of companies who want to look after this waste in order to use it as a fuel. We will replace a fossil fuel to biofuel that comes from one of our fruits. And this is a story that is of paramount importance for us, is really interesting. So we have the conceptual issues as well. We have some conclusions in terms of COP30. For COP30, we are preparing in order to deliver, right? To bring about deliverables. We think that we have to report, to submit, and to show everything that we have positive, right? All the positive themes and points that Brazil have. But COP30 comes in a special moment for us to show the potential of Brazil and what industry can bring about, can deliver. We have access to an energy and electric matrix that is completely different than the rest of the world. But we have a lot to do still. Brazil has an abundance of energetic commodities in terms of diversity, variety. We have multiple minerals, as Fernando mentioned before. We have multiple quantities of energy, right, of fuel. And if you have access to this input in a competitive way, we can accelerate our decarbonization process. We can speed up the transition, the energy transition. And we have to retake the competitivity of the electric and energy sectors in Brazil. And this is a leverage for us to speed up the process for the upcoming projects. So for the upcoming projects, we will be able to speed up the process in a competitive way. So these are the my remarks. Really interesting, and we're running out of time, but it is important for us to have the final remarks. 1 minute for your final remarks, please. So yeah, we're almost wrapping up, and I'd like to mention the sector message. COP30, the mining sector will be represented by someone really who is strong to represent our targets as well, just to strengthen the reliability of this renewable energy. We know that we have a cheap energy, but it is expensive for the consumers because of multiple distortions. So what we need to do is we need to pretty much make sure that we allocate in the fair way these prices. And we've been suffering because of the taxes mostly. And certainly the taxes will reduce our competitiveness. And we have to speed up this process and decrease the taxes in order for us to be more competitive. Thank you very much for this opportunity. In fact, Brazil has a lot of energy and is really competitive. And we need to make this energy reach the consumer in a competitive way. The final user is a protagonist as well, because he uses the energy and he he is the player who can decarbonize as well our community, our country. So we need to sit on the table, on the dialogue table, talk about public policies. And towards the COP30, this will be an opportunity for us to show whatever Brazil is doing. So it is important to conciliate this movement with the renewable movement. Thank you. Thank you very much. And a round of applause to all of you. Thank you. I'd like to thank the presence of the panelists. I'd like to thank you, panelists. Please take your seat in order for us to resume our program, our schedule. Well, the next session is common to the two stages, which is carbon counting. That has as an objective to debate about carbon accounting in order to reduce the consumption and productive chains in order for us to do better choices. I'd like to invite the Deputy Chair, Paula Kowalski. And I'd like to call online the leader of decarbonization of Latin America, Shannon Marcus. I'd like to pass the floor to Paulo Kowalski. So, good afternoon to all of you. And while we pretty much share Sharon Roberts here on the screen, they will give a brief presentation here. Are you going to share her now or at the end? Technicians, are you going to put Sharon now to talk to us here? Are you going to share the screen?
Okay, so I'm
going to apologize. I will speak in English in order for us to pretty much speak the same language.
Let's talk about carbon accounting. And you know, we talk about decarbonization, reducing GHG emissions. How many times have we heard those words since the Paris Agreement, and most importantly, over the last year or so, all of us heavily involved with COP30. And you know, I hope there's no question at this point in time on how urgent and important this agenda is. This is urgent, this is needed, this is business, and business requires funding. Governments, companies, investors need to take decisions. Take actions, as Ambassador Correa do Lago keeps reminding us. We discussed mechanisms, financial mechanisms, to unleash investments earlier today, particularly for emerging markets. This is really important. And you know, we need money, and money needs to flow. And no one can manage something that is not measurable. My simple mind is, think of carbon as currency, as the unit measurement of decarbonization. And a currency needs a carbon accounting system. Unlike financial accounting, a carbon accounting system should shape how companies compete, how nations trade, and how to allocate capital efficiently for decarbonization. This is obvious and essentially why carbon accounting stands as a top priority recommendation for SP COP. We want to have a globally consistent product-level carbon accounting system that is fully traceable throughout supply chains and applicable across trade, finance, and policy. A framework that is assurable, traceable, useful. Emissions data must be consistent and comparable, truly supporting the much-needed decision-making, like financials do. Just as financial accounting allows us to understand profits, costs, investments, carbon accounting will allow us to understand emissions, reductions, performance, and risks. And a little contribution from Maria here. Once you book a liability into your balance sheet, you gotta live with it, and you're liable for it. So this is really important. Over the years, institutions, countries, and industries around the world have taken important steps to try and measure and disclose emissions. But none has yet been able to truly reward low carbon initiatives due to the limited comparability and sometimes double counting, therefore providing inconsistent signals to the market. Accounting is a different beast. It's different from reporting, and accounting is different from policy making. It's actually the foundation for those things. There are three fundamentals of accounting that cannot be ignored, and I learned this from an amazing and brilliant Oxford professor. Measure what's meaningful and important. Count only once, and go all the way down to product level. Sounds obvious? Maybe not. And quite frankly, messing up some of those concepts might be at the heart of existing disagreements between methodologies. So we see carbon accounting as an enabler of market transformation. It can help industries show the value of cleaner production, help governments design better incentives, and help consumers make informed choices. Transparency becomes traceability. Good data supports good decisions. Reducing emissions then becomes an opportunity and not only a risk. And I'm repeating myself from the panel earlier today. From risks to opportunities. Low knowledge or low understanding at least usually equals higher risk perception, and vice versa. So we gotta improve the understanding and the risk measurement. Our goal as PRÉ-COP is simple but ambitious. To fully support and help establish over the next year the technical and institutional foundation for globally consistent carbon accounting, starting with key sectors like steel, cement, oil and gas, and nature agriculture. And as PRÉ-COP is, as we all agree now, the legit representative of the industry for COP30 and most importantly for the next COPs to come, we carry the responsibility of ensuring that each industry is properly represented in this initiative. And I cannot stop myself from saying that the accounting of our green upstream, meaning forests and agriculture, requires very special attention so that our competitive advantages and contributions are properly measured and most importantly, valued. And this is what carbon accounting, this is what this conversation is all about. So let me invite Shannon to the conversation here. And Shannon, thanks for joining us online. It's great to have you here. And I really wanted to have someone from a Big Four, someone with the strongest accounting background to discuss such an important theme. So let me start by asking you, why does carbon needs to be measured through consistent accounting framework rather than thinking about reporting alone?
No, thank you, and thank you so much for having me today. You know, and this is such an important topic as we head into COP. So, you know, reporting is about transparency. It tells stakeholders what has happened, but accounting will support consistency and comparability. It will tell us how and where emissions occur and allow us to compare across products, sectors, and borders. Without a consistent accounting system, we end up with multiple data sets that can create difficulties to be reconciled, making it hard to design an effective policy or allocate capital efficiently, which we've generally been seeing a little bit to date. So this is similar to what happened in finance before general accepted accounting principles, or GAAP as we're now used to calling it, were created. And once financial reporting was standardized, markets became more transparent and trust followed. Carbon accounting can do the same. It can establish clear, verifiable rules for how emissions are measured, allocated, and tracked throughout the value chain. And that's what will enable markets, governments, and investors to recognize real decarbonization performance. And that's how we'll turn climate ambition into measurable progress.
Thank you, Shannon. The kind of analogy that I like to do is, you know, since the humanity started trading maybe 600 years ago, you know, the first tentative of a GAAP structure of an accounting system for people to trade. So there's at least 600 years of evolutions in the GAAP system. So one important thing that we keep on thinking is maybe we don't need to start 100% perfect and right, but we need to get started so that the system can be improved over time. And this is really important. And then the other thing is the ability to differentiate. If you're able to differentiate, I mean, how can you, for instance, be willing to pay more for a cleaner product if it's not clear what exactly the contribution is? I'm not saying people are willing to pay yet, and I hope they will, but understanding the contribution is really important. So another question to you, Shannon. What principles should guide the creation of a robust and useful carbon accounting framework?
So the starting point would be to build a framework that is fit for decision-making, credible, efficient, and practical for both companies and regulators. So there's 3 key principles we can emphasize. First, everything material should be counted. You know, data must be comprehensive enough to reflect real emissions. The second would be transparency and traceability, that we can trace across the complete value chain, understanding carbon values upstream and all the way downstream. And thirdly, allocating emissions to products or activities. And this is where this will help enable real performance comparison and targeted investment, as you were talking about. And beyond those basics, the framework should also be assurable. And you can expect us definitely saying that as data quality and auditability are critical for trust. It needs to be efficient to avoid complexities that may discourage adoption. And it needs to be useful, so designed to inform policy, trade, and capital allocation. If we get those elements right, carbon accounting could become more than compliance. It could become the foundation for markets that reward efficiency, transparency, and innovation.
Okay, so first 2 questions were easy. Let's go to the tough one. How can we ensure that carbon accounting frameworks move from concept to implementation and actually deliver value to both policy makers and private sector and to the society in general?
Yeah. So the concept of carbon accounting is clear, but the challenge is going to be making it operational so it creates real value for governments, markets, and citizens. So from our experience supporting companies and regulators globally, we see 4 critical enablers. First, common definitions and standards. So increased understanding and agreement on what is being measured, what counts, what doesn't, and how to treat shared value chain emissions. Without a common language, comparisons and incentives can struggle to work. The second would be better data and digital enablement, where carbon accounting will depend on, we see carbon accounting depending on digital infrastructures and standardized data systems that have automation and verification tools that will now allow emissions information to flow timely, maybe even in real time across supply chains. Thirdly, we know that sector-specific pilots will be important. So we'll need to start where, we suggest to start where impact and data readiness will be highest use in the transition. So for example, looking at carbon intensive products like steel, cement, oil and gas, and agriculture, and demonstrating that carbon intensity can be calculated and verified in these sectors to build confidence and momentum. And then lastly, integration with policy and markets. Carbon account only works if it's connected to trade policy, procurement, and finance. Once emissions data are trusted and comparable, they can help inform tariffs, investment criteria, and low carbon procurement, turning accounting into economic opportunity. If we do these four things well, carbon accounting becomes not just a reporting, but it can become a stronger backbone of credible climate policy and market transformation.
Great, thank you, Shannon. So maybe translating a little bit again to the layman words here, let's imagine we manage to measure the carbon intensity of a given product, all the way from the very upstream to downstream to the client. Let's say we explore for metals, we transform metals in steel, we transform steel into a car, and then we sell the car. If we're able to know how many tons are or were emitted throughout the construction process of this good, we might be able to choose between one car that is more or less emitted. If we add to that the way it uses the fuels, if it's electric or if it's an ICE, this will make us more informed. And if we take this example of finding the carbon intensity, the unit of carbon emissions of a given ton or a given product or a given megawatt of energy, we can reconcile all the way back to, the company, because it's about multiplying the unit by the volume produced. And then we can do for a city, we can do for a state, we can do for a country, we can do for the globe. Arguably, we can even, facilitate dealing with CBAMs and other things like that. So this is really a very powerful instrument. I think there's a pretty decent level of consensus and agreement on the need to do it. The form is not so much of a consensus, but I think this is really the moment to go 100% on a carbon accounting methodology that is reasonably accepted and approved across the world, so that we can really measure and really manage carbon emissions. So this is what I had today. Thank you, Shannon. Thanks again for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. Have a good day.
I'm thankful for the participation of this special section. Continuing our agenda, let's talk the theme of pathways to inclusive and regenerative, that has goals as bioeconomists to integrate the economic development of the nation of systems, technological innovation, sustainable funding, and with the participation of the private sectors, invite to the stage the executive manager of sustainability of Suzano, Helena Pavesby. The leader of Nature Financial in Brazil, Luana Maia. the special envoy to EU economy for COP30, Marcelo Bea. The corporation head of strategy and innovation of Sims Brazil and head of tech initiative for Amazon, José Borges Frias. We'll start now to the next panel, the theme innovation financing to the food system. The new deputy chief of bioeconomy of the SB Corp and manager of reputation and governance of Natura, Paulo Dallari. We have both. We have been hearing both. We have been hearing both panels. Yeah, at channel 3. It's the same problem. The audios being the green panel is. We have been hearing the green panel. We still have problems with the leakage of the green panel to our audio. We need to segregate.
Olá, pessoal, de novo. Já me apresentei para vocês no painel anterior, mas acho que só para quem não estava aqui, meu nome é Daniela Carbinato, eu sou sócia da Bain Company, eu lidero a prática de sustentabilidade aqui para a região. E a Bain teve o privilégio de atuar como knowledge partner de dois grupos.
Continua entrando o áudio lá.
Da Sustainable Business Corp. Um deles foi Nature Based Solution, que a gente acabou de ter o painel, e o segundo foi de Food Systems.
Atenção técnica, continua entrando o áudio de lá. Os senhores estão me ouvindo? Ei, ok? Vamos ver se... Oi?
Consigo?
Continua vazando o áudio de lá para cá.
Vamos começando para a gente não perder.
Continua.
Então, o nosso sistema, o nosso grupo, de sistemas alimentares, ele tem o privilégio de ser quase que o segundo ano de trabalho consecutivo.
Continuamos com o áudio do outro painel.
PRÉ-COP30, no ano passado aqui no Brasil, também coordenado pela CNI. E esse ano, parte importante da formação desse grupo se manteve e a gente agregou
Atenção técnica, continuamos com o áudio do outro painel.
Obrigada. A gente teve esse ano mais de 20 membros participando do nosso grupo.
Então?
Gilberto Tomazoni, CEO da JBS, representado pela Liege hoje aqui, ele foi o chair do nosso esforço esse ano.
Continua vazando o áudio do outro painel aqui.
10 co-chairs.
Trocar o microfone, o que deve fazer? Poderiam me dar uma instrução, por gentileza?
O número de co-chairs, acho que evidencia o nível de engajamento que o setor privado tem colocado nessa agenda. E a gente teve aqui a participação de BASF, Grupo Roncador,
Continua vazando o áudio de lá para cá, tá? Todo o áudio do outro painel está entrando nos fones deste painel aqui.
Rural da Nigéria, além de outros membros como o World Economic Forum, CNA, etc.
Todos estão ainda capturando lá. Continua entrando o áudio de lá para cá.
Obrigada. Qual a discussão e contexto do sistema de alimentares? Né? Qual é o nosso ponto de partida? Sistemas alimentares, acho que a primeira coisa é importante reconhecer qual é o papel que eles cumprem.
Por favor, a técnica.
Foi?
Continua entrando de lá mesmo.
Primeira coisa importante é a gente entender qual é o papel que esses sistemas cumprem na economia. Né? Então, atualmente, 35%, de 35% a 40% dos empregos globais estão associados à cadeia de produção de alimentos. Né? Desde a produção até a indústria, a distribuição de alimentos. E 10% do PIB global também está nessa cadeia. Ou seja, é um setor muito importante. Além do que, é o setor que produz todo o alimento que existe no planeta, que deveria alimentar 8 bilhões de pessoas atualmente e quase 10 bilhões em 2050. Mas esse setor, ele carrega alguns desafios estruturais que, quando transformados, podem torná-lo um dos grandes contribuintes para as ações de mitigação das mudanças climáticas, além de, obviamente, cumprir o seu papel em oferecer alimentos affordables, né, acessíveis a toda a população mundial. O primeiro desafio é que ele é responsável, quando a gente pega toda a cadeia produtiva dos sistemas alimentares, da produção até o varejista, ele é responsável por 30% das emissões do gases de efeito estufa.
Continuamos recebendo apenas
atualmente,
o áudio do outro
apesar da grande produção e da produtividade desse setor, a gente ainda tem 2,3 bilhões de pessoas que sofrem de insegurança alimentar severa ou moderada, e 65% dos adultos que estão na pobreza, a principal atividade deles é a agricultura. Então, existem uma série de desafios sociais, ambientais e também de acesso a alimento que esse setor, uma vez transformado, consegue oferecer. E acho que, ligando com a COP, né, um dos aspectos importantes é que, apesar de hoje ele ser um setor que emite responsável, né, por 30% das emissões, aplicando práticas de regeneração do solo e outros sistemas que a gente vai discutir aqui, ele é também o setor que pode contribuir para a remoção de 9% até 23% dos gases do efeito estufa, e isso daqui são dados do IPCC. Então, ele tem um papel fundamental olhando para frente.
Solicito um pouquinho mais de paciência.
Mas para a gente conseguir dar escala para essa transformação que já está em curso, e eu acho que a ideia do painel hoje é justamente a gente poder percorrer um pouco dessas experiências práticas, para que o setor consiga dar escala para os desafios, para as transformações, a gente elencou 3 grandes prioridades. A primeira é que a gente convirja para um sistema global baseado em ciência, que reconheça as nuances de cada um dos sistemas produtivos, mas que ele seja um framework que guie a alocação de capital, não só baseado em princípios e práticas, mas principalmente baseados em output, em resultados. E isso aqui é fundamental para que esse setor também possa participar de diferentes mercados de serviços ecossistêmicos. Então, a gente passar a medir e conseguir acompanhar isso e ter um framework que padronize o que a gente mede, como a gente mede, é fundamental para que a gente possa caminhar todos para o mesmo lugar. O segundo é um tema muito importante e muito caro para a agenda do setor, que apareceu muito forte no B20 e que continua permanente esse ano.
Permanecemos ouvindo toda a palestra do outro painel. Agora eliminou o som de lá. Os senhores aqui do painel podem me ouvir? Por gentileza, coloque o fone, hein?
Can you hear me? Please put your headphones. Can you hear me? The audience? Okay, we solved the problem. Dalari, please. Good afternoon. Channel 3. 4 for English. Can you hear me? I hear. Right. Channel 3 for Portuguese and channel 4 English. Can you hear me? Yeah, everybody's. Can you hear me, Luana? Can you hear me? No. Not yet. Everybody's hearing. After all this, our panel has to be good. It had to be very, very good. Good afternoon, I'm Paulo Dallari. I Director of Reputation and Governance of Natura, Deputy Chair of Work Group of Bioeconomy SB COP. I'd like to congratulate CNI for this initiative, be grateful for your invitation, talk a little bit about the work group. It was co-presided, co-chaired by Marcis Sinhais, ITC, and by Nestle. We are 24 global divided members. You have BCGs, and we arrived to a very interesting result. The material is available online. I'm going to make a summary of our conclusions of our works in the last months. We started with the concept of bioeconomy. We started this group in March, trying to build what's a shared vision of regarding bioeconomy. It was clear that it has different dimensions, so we shouldn't constrain concept of bioeconomy because we had to incorporate bioservices, biomaterial services, and several realms of bioeconomy that we based, that Brazil has done very well. It was high-level principles of G20 bioeconomy. You have a task force with a very positive results in G20. Some of the people work very hard in this document, so we are publicly recognize this work. It was well, you use it in the sense that we shouldn't look for only one definition, not something rigid, but a path that allow solutions based on biological substitution of fossil materials, ensuring the sustainability of the ecosystem, generate positive social impacts. You can have a look in these slides. The participant countries in our conclusions and the question, why bioeconomy? What's its relevancy in a context of climate crisis? It's a very considerable power, depending with the person you ask for. It's around $4 to $5 trillion. Some countries are embracing this effort, and Brazil is one of these countries. So these we can have three systemic impacts that we are going to share with you. Economic development or activities of bioeconomy that could be 9 times more profitable than livestock farming. Climate mitigation, we have a case in Norway that they substitute oil products for wood that decrease the emissions in a huge way. When you look at Amazon, a project of Amazon with nature, with agro, or some oil that reduce the impacts almost 40%, that they justify bioeconomy as a solution for the climate. So we come to the priorities of the group after some months. The first recommendation is the convergence of 3 Rio Conventions: biodiversity certification to include the International Pact of Civil Rights and Political Rights. So the result, we cannot meet the commitments of Paris without including nature in the center of this issue, and regarding the preservation of the land and all then impact human rights. And for we from the private sectors, the fragmentation of plan and commitments is translated into complex. We have several regulatory landmarks about this process. This leads to very expensive, high costs. So a better alignment would make it would simplify the implementation in order to scale projects of bioeconomy. So I'd like to have this common approach that there is only one definition. So we adopt the high-level principles of G20 as our base that was already accepted. Our second priority, as you can follow in the panel, it's to position bioeconomy as a strategic pillar of COP. So we focus in two main fronts. One is climate funding of bioeconomy, and the second is technical advance, especially in the global south. We can use in the fund bioeconomy, could use the same funding mechanism of climate funding that could be scalable, and this document shares several examples how bioeconomy could attract the capital. 3 examples, very simple, are the titles of sustainable debt. They represent 15% of total market, model of negotiable certificates, payment for environment service, and the third, that you have philanthropy as a profitable capital that's still very small, that could be expanded. Talking about the technological development, we talk not only about the sustainable keeping of nature, we talk about the high aggregated value product. That's important to the one that's in the tip of that will impact the climate. This potential could be used to innovate, create new products, substituting fossil materials. You have very good examples around the world. In the case that we brought, to unlock this potential, we need to foster the technological developments, research and innovation, especially in emerging countries. And we see specifically in emerging markets that less than 4% of the patents linked to bioeconomics are in the global south, in the emerging economies. A portfolio of more than 60 cases that were presented in the groups. Within the 6 in our portfolio, we selected 6 emblematic cases to share. The first one is a project in India. It's Saf Dende from Natura. That's an oil of palm center. That's Amazon startup with technological platform to recover forest areas at them, that has a kind of payments in the chain of cocoa. One in Colombia that's a pioneer in this bioeconomy, and France there's a development of hyaluronic acid for fermentation. This was the last slide. So all these cases, this is highlighted ones, but we have 60 available in our material. And this to be very fast in our challenge, I'd like to start with the first question for our colleagues. It's a general question. So I'd like you to present yourself. Discussions about bioeconomy have advanced the international forums as an example of G20. Which way COP30 can force the public policies in a partnership with bioeconomy is strategic for the climate change?
So we have this first question. Elena, please. Good afternoon to all of you. It is an honor to be here with you, and I'd like to thank this opportunity. I'll bring an angle, a perspective, which is a social perspective. Everybody will have a different perspective. COP30 will be not only a climate event, but it will be a hallmark. It is the first time that COP30 is held in the Amazon region here in Brazil, and the forest will be not only the main topic, but also the stage. We will have the presence of the civil society of quilombolas as well as indigenous communities. This is important because when it comes to bioeconomy, they were the one to generate the bioeconomy a long time ago. And it will be important for everybody who will be at COP to see the forest in practice. Whenever they leave COP30 pavilions, they will interact with the indigenous communities, quilombolas, the riverines, and they will see that this economy is not only in the peripheries, but it is the center, the bulk. COP30 is of paramount importance to collect solutions for bioeconomy in practice. So we will have discussions and the launching of public policies, national public policies related to bioeconomy. We will be launching the framework of bioeconomy at COP30. And this is the first launching of a framework for the sector. So we will value the bioeconomy. We will be living this every day in Belém do Pará. We will bring about the highlight, the light spot to these communities, and we will be discussing about financing or funding for biodiversity, bioeconomy, how to fund the forest and its feed. And we will be developing integration among the stakeholders that will be there. We will be discussing about solutions for the infrastructure, right, of the sustainable chain. We have multiple bottlenecks in terms of logistics mainly. COP30 will be an opportunity for us to transform promises into policies, and for us to transform the communities in order for them to be the protagonists of the COP30. Barges, would you talk about technology? So first and foremost, thank you very much for your invitation. I'm honored. This is an opportunity for me to learn with you. You are more developed in this topic than I am. I'm dealing with innovation. And started this way, this path about 3 years ago. I've been working with bioeconomy recently. So what I learned in this short space of time is that we have very little countries like Brazil that have this opportunity of having the combination of biodiversity, traditional knowledge, and the scientific basis as well as the technological basis in order to create this pretty much the solid ground. But we need to have the fundamentals. We need some legal framework in order to guarantee access to knowledge, mainly the genetic traditional knowledge. We need to actually monitor the infrastructure, technology, as well as energy structure as well, which is critical in the Amazon region for us to make it feasible, right, to develop in a feasible way. We have to develop a local experience. We've been seeing this a lot of spots in the Amazon region, and we will always how to think about the coverage, cell phone coverage, data, internet, which is scarce in certain parts of the Amazon region, and it makes us really left behind when it comes to our projects of technology. So we need the structure. It is of paramount importance for all the communities. We need to implement and think about the insertion of these productive processes within a value chain that is more consistent. Elena mentioned before, and this is important. It is important to take a look at the chain as a whole in order to make sure that the sustainability comes from the very harvesting onwards. Brazil has this knowledge. As an innovator, I am an optimistic. I trust and I believe that the great solution of all of these problems should come from the technology. The technology will make it feasible, will open its path. Something that we've learned is that technology cannot be virtually brought about, brought to the table, and that's it, voila, the problems will be resolved. No, we have to apply the knowledge, we have to apply technology, we have to learn with our errors, and we have to make amendments. We need to make this technology available, but not only that, we have to learn with our activities in order for us to improve every time more. COP30 has a huge responsibility. It is not the ending point. We have multiple side events of PRÉ-COP, and COP will be pretty much the main event, but won't be the ending line. We have the background, right? We have the high-level events and the high-level representatives who have already been to other COPs. And COP30 will be a place where we will discuss about the details. Everybody from the organization of COP30 says that the COP30 will be an implementation COP, and will depend on the alliances and also support of the sponsors. Thank you. Okay. You see that a lot of your work is legacy for us, and you brought about benefits as well. Do you want to continue? Well, thank you for your propaganda. Well, we are an NGO. We act in the frontier of knowledge in terms of finance, and we do the interface between finance and sustainability. I'm a passionate to bioeconomy. I think that this is the only social and economic model possible for our country to develop our economy. We're the 9th economy in the world. We have the biggest tropical rainforest in the planet, and this is an opportunity. There's no way for us not to include forest or nature in our balance sheet and in our businesses as well. 100% of the economy is dependent on the nature. Everything, even the very fabric, the tissue of my clothing, everything is made out of nature. Bioeconomy is everywhere. Brazil shows that, shows this biodiversity and bioeconomy as a reality. There are people out there who are pretty much numb, and they say that this is not bioeconomy, but we know that everything is bioeconomy. From the very moment that Brazil chose to talk about bioeconomy in G20, we saw that Brazil was going through the right path, because this topic is of paramount importance. We have a lot to do, and I see in an optimistic way that for the first time in Brazil, we have this topic of bioeconomy in the agenda of UNFCCC. And this is something completely new for us. This never happened before. We have to demonstrate this nexus between climate and bioeconomy. Bioeconomy won't only mitigate the climate changes, but it will impact, right, would be impacted by the rise of temperature in each region. So the rise in the temperature in the regions, right, will impact the bioeconomy of the businesses. So when it comes to resilience, mainly financial resilience, we have to think about climate resilience. What is my risk in terms of finance, in terms of profit, because of climate change? So how to englobe this in public policies and development, national development programs. On top of bioeconomy programs, we have a bioecological program as well. This is not isolated. And we have a pillar of bioeconomy. We have a development and social and economic point, which is of paramount importance. With the fact that we have the 10 principles of bioeconomy. I know that those by heart. The 9th talks about the importance of having the integrated strategies among the 3 different categories of bioeconomy: the intense bioeconomy and the use of energy, and biotechnology, high advanced biotechnology, and how to navigate among them, and how to continue with these discussions on top of going beyond COP30. So this will be done with the launching of Bioeconomy Challenge, which should be launched by the resident government at COP30. So I think that Brazil will pretty much show to the world how to value bioeconomy, how to make adjustments of the benefits and raising the yields of the states, valuing the states because of the application of bioeconomy. Someone has to pay the bills of the natural capital. Multiple sectors and categories have been assuming this responsibility, which is a high complexity, but it is a great opportunity for the country. You have a perspective which is privileged when it comes to bioeconomy and public policies. How can you communicate those? Good afternoon to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to be here with you. I'm sorry for my voice. I've been making multiple remarks and speaking a lot. It is an important event and a pleasure to be here. I'd like to thank Samir and also my colleagues. They are with us and with me throughout this trajectory. Paula is one of my friends in this journey. I've been going through multiple works of in technology, and today I will try and resume, right, what we are doing. COP30 is a chapter of a long journey, but the most important part is to understand that the strategy, the negotiable strategy of the climate is well established. What we need now is methodology of implementation. So the reality is that we have a plan, we need a plan, a consistent plan, and we do have it with 30 targets of bioeconomies, and we need to bring about these topics to COP30. But not only that, we have to mount a plan of 30 years. We will have COP30 in Berlin. We will have in Australia, in India, and Ethiopia as well. We have 3 COPs where we talked about petrol, and now we will be talking about nature. Luana mentioned quite well, she's a militant who were able to bring about the 10 principles of bioeconomy, which will be approved by those countries like the United States, Russia, and Ukraine. All of those approved. So this was a hallmark of the Brazilian diplomacy. Brazilian diplomacy has a high technical capacity. And maybe Andrea Correa do Lago will be is the best ambassador and diplomat in this COP30. So we have 5 chapters: forest, agriculture, social, bioeconomy, and finance. When it comes to the work that has been submitted to PRÉ-COP, all of these chapters are well established and well seen and experimented with clear cases in Brazil and elsewhere. Now we have to pull apart from and bring about from this the measurable or the measuring gadgets in order for us to know the bioeconomy challenge. So bioeconomy challenge, what we do in the bioeconomy challenge is to bring about all of these challenges, all of these problems, and we have a huge chapter. I believe in this, and I believe that the metrics, climate metrics, are aligned, but the nature metrics are not pretty much aligned. So we have to bring about the consistency that we have in terms of production, public policies, and finances to the bioeconomy applied to nature. And I think Brazil has been exploring and also developing, upgrading in long paces in order for the mechanisms of the data bank that we have for them to have metrics of elements and of nature. And then we have those 2 roles, or the 2 gadgets working together. We will get together, Brazil, Europe, and Africa, and we will pretty much sum all of the efforts up. We will have more gains up in terms of bioeconomy, nature, and other mechanisms as well. Marcelo, thank you very much. I'll pass the floor. I'll pass to the second round of the Q&A session, and we will go over the time because of the technical issues. Elena, just a little thing about social economy. I've been hearing Susanna talking in multiple encounters about the innovations, the products connected to bioeconomy that the company has, and at the same time its dedication to inclusion and to digital inclusion. Tell us a little bit more about Suzano in this perspective of multiple bioeconomies. How is it applied with these strategies? I'll give you the context for you to understand my remarks and why is it social. I will bring about multiple biodiversity reality. Suzano is a forest company, and what we do is to plant and to harvest the eucalyptus in order to make the toilet paper, the sulfate paper, and the celluloses that is exported throughout more than 100 countries. So Suzano has a difference because we are working with bioeconomy, and we depend on a live being, which is eucalyptus. So this is internalized, this agenda is internalized in our business. We depend on the nature to survive as a business. We're suffering because of the climate change and climate warming. Eucalyptus is not growing like it was before because of the climate change and because of the climate warming. So we have more than 40 plants throughout Brazil. We have more than 160 communities that interact with us. We understand the importance of a good relationship with the neighbors, with our neighbors, and because of that, this social and environmental agenda is of paramount importance. And our products that are renewable renewable are solutions for our climate changes, for our social and natural topics, right? Because we generate alternative products for fossil fuel. I'll give you some examples. We produce, for example, a tissue, a material that is absorbent, that is used in diapers, absorbent tampons, pads. We use synthetic polymerates in the production of this material. Through celluloses, we can replace the plastic as well. So we use aluminum, we use cellulose, and we have lignin. So the lignin, which is the hardest, tougher part of the tree, this can replace the plastic, and we can use it in order to do the packs that are more rigid. How to use this material as a fossil to replace fossil fuel in a lot of ways. So whenever we burn the material, the tree, we generate a liquor which is of high density. And therefore we export this energy to the national grid. This is bioeconomy. This is done through the eucalyptus. And because we have a good relationship with our neighboring municipalities, we understand that we have to work by our economy outside of our doors as well. So we have a lot of work with our communities that we interact with, the Quilombolas, the indigenous communities, the rural countryside communities. So we have multiple initiatives in order to foster the bioeconomy. Some examples are extractivist communities, Baguaçu, and Maranhão. We gather together the knowledge. We train the women. The businesses are led by women in order to strengthen them and to survive with the products that they produce.
That provide for natural inputs, and we generate value for the forest. You prevent the deforestation. We empower the communities and the whole body of work to give them access to new markets for them to survive from bioeconomy and protect the forest and tackle climate change. Was totally internalized agenda in Suzano. It's part of our daily basis. Borges, I pass the floor to you. You said in your first answer about the legal securities, digital transformation, infrastructure. I think these are challenges for the companies that work in Amazon. How is this connected to Siemens, into innovation ecosystem that you developed to work bioeconomy? Let's go. My time is very short. Sometimes I get very excited by these issues. Brazil has a huge potential to be a leader and to be a reference in bioeconomy, and to be an outstanding force in this context, to be the leader of economy of low carbon economy. On the other side, Siemens is a big provider, bring energetic efficiency, digital devices that impact many, and social impact of capacitation building for this technology. It seems easy, this interconnection. When you start to look at this, I thought it's easy, but it's not. It's much more complex than that. When you think about bringing technologies, or you are high heels, this is the best technology to be used. This kind of reflection I heard for the first time in the National Conference of Science and Technology, watching a presentation speech of Manuel Tourin, is the principal of the Federal University of Pará. being very summarizing his quote. It's not only to have a solution, a pre-selected solution with the knowledge that you have and try to apply this technology here in an Amazon. It won't work. We have a lot of local knowledge. We have a lot of research. Come here to understand. That's the reason why I said to about learn and we bring this equation in this way that is easy, but we need to understand and know how to adapt this technology that is provided by the Amazon region. For instance, climate change, I think we talked about, that's cause impact in German. That you have the beer, you need lupulus. I lived in Germany in the 90s. I saw that big bottles of lupus in the open factory. So the climate changes, it have negative impacts in this production. So we need this concept of vertical farming. You have the production of lupus under controlled condition. What does it have to do with Amazon? We selected with this learning, but I forgot to mention, but we named it Tech for Amazon. Tech for Amazon. It goes well that my colleagues from German, they understand. We mapped the several initiatives from Amazon. We mapped the 7 of them. We filtered some to see which ones are more close to the local expertise. One of them that we brought this lupulus from Germany and how to contribute to make the seedlings that are generated in the labs that they have a high mortality rates regarding the vegetation. They talk about it's the seedlings cradle. So these seedlings are used to recover degraded areas. A proof of concept that we are going through from this initiative from Tech for Amazon is trying to diminish this level of mortality to 10%. We are bringing something from Germany, trying to adapt to Brazilian reality. This is a case that is taking place in Manaus, and other examples that goes in this direction. The importance of understanding how to apply this is very nice. That more than innovation ecosystems that you idealize, you structure, is to see your colleagues use automation, a specialist in simulation, apply simulation for a process that is made in a community. I cannot state the name, unfortunately, but it's a community that process essential oils. So we made a simulation. The first result that we got last week, there is oven that generate a big oven that generates we can reduce in 40% the energy consumption. That's over. Okay, so this is the great learning that Tech for Amazon. Sorry to interrupt, but you see the production and just turn off the big screen. I'm going to make some questions that we brought at the first time that the agenda of climate, he went beyond saying that we have 4 COP in nature. Luana, could be. How does this impact in terms of opportunity? for this sustainable transition based in biological resources. How do other countries like you as a special envoy, how do these countries have seen the approach of bioeconomy? How is this being posed? Although we have many challenges that we're not going to talk about, then we are going to talk about opportunities. We need to show to the investors this is a viable investment strategy. We need to show this. We need to have evidence that is something that's possible, profitable, and Boris gave an example how these different economies could talk to each other. This need to be shown. And we need to have evidence that this relation, profit risk is positive. We still are not there. We need to demonstrate with de-risk tools, maybe a framework to show what's the time for a bioeconomy activity. It's not only the time of nature, it's the time of engagements that is meaningful to all stakeholders, that takes more time, including indigenous people and traditional communities. When you talk about social economy, sometimes I have interaction with indigenous people, representatives, and they say, Luana, I can't be dependent on screens and the computer. The investors and community of international investors still don't know, though they have some clarity about the climate risk. This is very clear, but they still don't know how to operate because the guarantees and the risks are still not evident, because we need to accept, because we live in different times and lack of knowledge. You need to have risk appetite to test companies. They are pioneers in this innovation. Probably we won't have initial gain, but it's necessary. A very important stakeholder in this agenda is this insurance sector. There's no way to expect a sector like the cocoa sector go through a transition from a traditional production to a regenerative production if these producers don't have a guarantee that crops will be insured in a steady way. What means to make a transition to a model of economical development that is more positive to climate, to people? This is the only alternative. There's no way, there's no time. As you mentioned, as Susanna saw, that the eucalyptus is not the old time the eucalyptus. So transform this evidence in this metric of nature, in metrics that dialogue with the financial sector is an opportunity. We could look through the lenses of the challenge, but I think this is an opportunity for the Brazilian economy because it's our vocation. I agree a lot. This is the moment at the right time. Responding to Paulo, how's the world economy? I'm very excited with this because to Europe, these are need to make it solid, to solidify about the nature positive, how to recover, but you need a tool, a solid, a real tool, and bioeconomy is this tool for the North Atlantic, for Africa. I just arrived from Africa. I was very impression, well stressed, and they are pushing the barrier of Sahara. It's Great Green Wall. It's a very important project. It's the arc of deforestation should be pushed back. So bioeconomy will have a very important role mirroring this these endeavors. The CEO of she is based in Korea, and she has $18 billion allocated and more than 60 billion in consortium with developers. And they need a concrete agenda that they decarbonize and bring nature back. In this, our time is over, but a last element that bioeconomy will use is the carbon market. I think in COP we will link the improvement of environment, interoperability, and regulation. Bioeconomy will be a link in order to land these projects in hundreds of millions of dollars. So this new economy, I invite the industry to think about not only about the current solution, but the future solutions that are many and well necessary to prevent these 11 million hectares of deforestation. If you still don't have your air ticket bought to Belém, the hotel is very accessible. Go there and be with us in Belém. Our thank you to the panelists. We are going to start a new panel. Please go back to your places in the audience. Well, we start the next panel with the theme, the role of the future fuels in the transition, that it needs to evaluate the scenario of energy transition, exploring new fuels, and that it's and their associated technology. It's going to discuss the economic and environmental impacts, talking about the future fuels. We talk the ESG institutional relation, Marcelo Lira. The head of sustainability and social impact of Latam, Raquel Argentino. The manager of sustainability of Brazilian Institute of Oil and Gas. The head of sustainability and ESG of National Association of Car Producers and FAVE, and moderator of this panel, Priscila Rocha. We pass the floor to the moderator, Priscila Rocha. Thank you. Good afternoon, you all, ladies and gentlemen. We are reaching the last panels of the day. It's a huge pleasure, a lot of information, a lot of a lot of food for thought for the fuel of the future. If you cite what we are talking about, but you would say it's not of the future, it's today's fuel. What do you talk about the fuel of the future? We talk about the same HVO and ethanol with other kind of specifics, biomethane. Why is for the future? You're going to define it in our opinion, because the fuels of the future will come to help us with the goals of decarbonification in national, state, and municipal level, and our companies. When you talk about energy, it's a challenge. Maybe ChatGPT will answer how many times the word energy was cited here. So energy is that move us. And Flavia is the car producer sector. When you talk about fuel, we talk about to move our cars. Why does this future need to be worked? So we have 3 big companies of important sectors, very energy intensive companies. So we need to talk to know that the future is now or maybe. So our first round of questions. So we'll have 5 minutes to answer. Let me see my rules.
The transition, the energy transition, is it creating a chain of fuel, sustainable fuel, or not? How Brazil can put itself in a competitive way in the forefront of this market? Even because knowing that we have renewable capital and assets. So the question is how to be competitive. What are the bottlenecks that forbid us or bar us from giving all the sustainable solutions that we have? Let's start with Marcelo. Marcelo from Masaling. Is it working there? Now it is working. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you, CNI, for the invitation. Thank you for your overture. And your overture was past hours provocation. The future is present in Brazil already. The Saudi Arabia, right? Brazil is the Saudi Arabia of photosynthesis. We have all the conditions in order to make this biofuel the best place to do the biofuel in the world. The natural conditions in Brazil make us consider that this opportunity, this possibility here in Brazil is feasible. Biofuel is relevant and it will be the most important sort of energy. So we have the biomethane, the SAF, the biodiesel, and multiple other alternatives of biofuel that is in the agenda for the future, but they are the present in Brazil, and they have the capacity to deliver even more in the future. What should we do in order for us to take full advantage of this photosynthesis? We need to understand first and foremost that this issue is strategic for our country. So first, this is an opportunity for Brazil to generate another sector that is incremental. If we can convert the carbon credit into benefits for our countries, we will have a potential of have an increment of 30 to 50% or 30 to 50 million increase in the GDP in these categories. So we need to sit on the window seat. We need to be the first ones. What are the main challenges? I will be talking about the main challenge first, and then about the remaining topics. So the main one is, the main challenge is the certification of biofuel. Currently, today, we submitted the certification of Macauba for the CONSIA acceptance as a pit stop for the harvesting, right, of this sort of biofuel. So this symbolizes, right, our gains, our conquer. And so we will be creating more commodities in Brazil, which will be competitive in terms of biofuel. So we are entering with the certification. We have the capacity to navigate in the world, throughout the world with this biofuel. We have rain fuel as well. We have more capability on funding and financing in order for us to be more competitive. So this is of paramount importance. Brazil has to be innovative in terms of how to dialogue on that. With that, topics like taxations, we have to think about taxation as well. We have the rating, but SAF is not within rating. SAF, we have a potential of 6 billion in investments. In Brazil, we made a call out, a public call out, in order to have companies working with us and developing this project. Imagine how rich we will pretty much get as a society as a whole, right, if we can foster and thrive in this project. So this is a provocation. We have to improve the regulation, and we have to improve the framework in order to take full advantage of this opportunity for Brazil. All right, good, Marcelo. We have figures that are impressive. Once again, we're highlighting the natural capital that we need to use, not only because of the business per se, but because we want to be protagonists in terms of biofuel. So it is crystal clear that we need to be in the forefront. Raquel, Buenos Aires, how's it that you're doing the competitive framework and chain? What are the challenges that we have in order to reach our target in our aerial right sector, in the air sector? Tell us a little bit more about it. Marcelo put forward multiple relevant and important topics, and a counterpoint in terms of the consumer, right, which is the air chain. Right, we have a lot of people talking about the biofuel and for the future, and why don't we have a plant being construed? We hear a lot, but what is lacking behind? The only thing that we are missing is the regulatory framework. So we are always talking about a huge number, huge figures, right? So the producer needs to have the security in order to invest in Brazil. The same applies to the consumers, the air companies. The legal framework and security comes with the price. So we speak a lot about the cost of stuff, but we never think about or talk about the price for the air companies. We have to we have to think about the price to the consumers as well. So LATAM sees in good faith that the highest production chain will be in Brazil, the highest production plant will be here. We have a study at MIT where they pretty much studied out the supply chain for SAP production. So Brazil is one of the main players. So, if we pretty much produce regionally, this will allow us to pretty much work with other markets. So this is important. In the perspective, another perspective that calls our attention is the cost. If we talk about tax reform, we have the possibility of impacting 30 to 50% of the ticket, the boarding passes price. SAF, we do not have SAF available. In the airspace has a mandate to comply with it from the 27th onwards. So we have a mandate to reduce the fossil fuel in percentage. And this is relevant. Depending on the carbon footprint, we can buy less. So there are insecurities in terms of the producers and consumers. So how many gallons should you buy SAF? How many gallons? And I will ask, how much is it in terms of carbon footprint? So we have to align the understanding, the knowledge, in order to leverage this industry. But de facto, what is at stake is the cost of SAF. SAF costs 2 to 3 to 5 times as much as the fossil fuel. The general cost of the air companies, 40 to 45% of the cost of each flight will go straight to the fuel. So this cost is a lot. So we also have to think about the sustainability in the passenger. The passenger cannot pay all the bills of the decarbonization. So this is the challenge. Well, good. Thank you, Raquel. And in an analogous way, I can tell you that when it comes to transportation, highway transportation, the proportion in relation to what we have in terms of diesel is similar. And this is the total cost of ownership. We have the acquisition of the model, which is more sustainable, and the usage during the cost during the usage, maintenance, and the usage of the fuel. So we have the fuel that is relevant. It is more 30% more expensive, so it is hard for us to turn right at the wheel. So we have to divide this cost, and we are lagging behind in terms of this division. I share the very same preoccupation, and I represent the road transportation, right? So passing the floor to Carlos. Every time I meet a representative of the patrol, I have a good memory of my faculty, of my university. About 25 years ago, when I was working in I'm sorry, 5 years ago, when I was working in with fuel cells. So thinking about methane, how to pretty much extract oxygen. And I remember I would think, why Petrobras, right? Why Petrobras wants to do a fuel cell? If petrol cell, like fossil fuel, has been working for multiple decades, and we were already thinking about the footprint, the carbon footprint, and when we think about Petrobras and other petrol companies, they have more difficulty in making this transition, but I don't think it's this way. How do you, as DT, what do you see as a challenge in order for us to do the energy transition for the future? Thank you, Priscilla. It is an honor to be here with this panel. Thank you, CNI, as a COP for the invitation. It is an honor to be here with all of you. It is a satisfaction to share this panel with you. Your question was, and this topic is of paramount importance. I'm prepared to talk about fuel, right? And I will complement the remarks of my colleagues, of the other panelists, talking about the national market. I'd like to bring about a figure that is of paramount importance. About 26 years ago, you were in the faculty, right? Next year, I will complete 9 years of UPP. And I remember this discussion about a fuel cell, about this investment that they were doing in research and development for our fuel. Today, it is important to invest in biofuel, recognizing the role of biofuel. Those resources are gigantic. So the biofuel, the hydrogen fuel, this is an investment that is gigantic, and we need to deal with that. Hydrogen is important. We need to think about how to deal with this fuel. We need to have the decarbonization rate and the renewable products. We need to know how to make this transition and the decarbonization. But part of this resources, 60% of the yields of petrol and gas are on the hands of the government. So 365 billion reais that are gathered, that are collected with the yields and with the profits of gas and petrol. So we have 80% of the budget of the Ministry of Health and of cities that come from these resources. As you mentioned before, we have to know how to position ourselves towards the asset. This is the financial asset that the municipalities have to invest. We have to invest in biodiesel and biofuel. Why don't we have the plant right constructed? We know that we do not have a space for fiscal or tax subsidies, but we have space for discount. When I'm thinking about biofuel, Brazil has been swimming on top of the wave of biofuel. We are a high-scale country in terms of production, right, of biofuel. We have to think about the logistics on how to distribute this resource. The biofuel, in terms of matrix of transportation, is spread all around the country. I remember once I participated in some of the meetings about electrification. Someone said that in Brazil, the electrification of cars are more difficult because of the fuels, right? So you have to do the decarbonization and this transition. We have the know-how on biofuel, mainly ethanol, that has 30% in the gasoline and 50% in the diesel. But our greatest problem is the soy. The soy is an agriculture product that has a capacity to generate multiple liters of biofuel, and it needs to be certified. And we need to have the traceability of this product in order for us to avoid any sort of untruthful reaction, like in the Europeans saying that ethanol is competing with our food. So this is not true. We do not have a conflict between food and fuel in the production of soy. We need to talk about this in order to overcome this challenge and in order for us to conquer this European country market and also the Asian market, which is a market that we can penetrate. It doesn't have all the requirements that the Europeans have, but we have the requirement of certification, which is of paramount importance. And we have the American market, which is more difficult to compete because they have a lot of subsidies from the government. So the competitivity of our fuel in the United States is more difficult. So the solution in order to expand the exportation of biofuel is not simple, it's not unique. And I mentioned three challenges: the competitiveness of the American market, the prejudice of the Europeans saying that this is a fuel that competes with food, and the Asia that is distant from us. But on top of those, Brazil is a consumer of biofuel, and biofuel of high quality, like SAF and HBL. So we have all the capacity to do that. Brazil is a real potence for the decarbonization. Brazil is an international potence for the energy transition.
Very good, Carlos. Excellent. So summarizing our first round, we have technology, we have scientific knowledge, we have financial resource to be assessed. So let's have a last round. So I just request you to be brief when you present, but in the end, what is needed in relation to public policies in order to engage and bring this leverage once for all to bring this fuel of future in a viable and sustainable way for all the sectors? The aerial sector, Carlos represents a whole chain from soy producer to my vehicle that goes through the streets, from Rachel and Marcelo producing ethanol solution and many other subproducts that you, in the end, is there a public policy that need to be improved, or you suggest in this huge forum in your point of view, talking about COP? Let's talk to Marcelo. Well, before the public policy, just reinforce my first talk is to pose this theme as a strategic for the country. This potential that Carlos commented in the end, we need to address with priority these issues. The regulatory issues regarding the U.S. fuel. If Brazil match in a correct way this narrative, we are going to transform this biofuel for food, that because of the abundance of protein when you produce a biofuel. Is a very clear scientific question. We need to improve our narrative, priority of the theme, and the environmental diplomacy. I don't know if this term exists, but this is the first step. And the point of view of global regulation to defend the meaning of degraded land in the world. This Article 6.26.4 of the Paris Agreement, with the possibility to have liquidity in our carbon credit, will allow that solution will be more safe, secure. Regarding this internal mandate, that's volume mandates worked well in history. We have a well-developed ethanol fuel because of these mandates. Without the mandates, the volume mandates are important. I think that beyond the fuel of the future, we could be would be better if it were, but we are going into the direction to have a mandate that push for this other biofuel that need this trigger, this initial start. Besides the mandate, the green funding is fundamental. We need to have access to credit in the conditions and in an international level, because we are competing at international level, because we are lagging very behind in this question. You have to adjust these public policies that these financial structures allow this potential funding come into Brazil. I think that's it. Continue to reinforce the legal framework, avoiding to be a commodity B forever exporting commodity export. We have a lot of potential to refine, so the production should be and stay in Brazil. Apart of this production, we are always awarded that our internal market is small, the global market is more interesting. The bigger volume is outside, but are you going to finance the energy transition of other countries and in detriment to the Brazilian transition? We need to consolidate in a legal framework because we need legal security. If I could be a sniper, very specific, could be a policy that part of the production stay in Brazil in order to avoid being just a commodity exporter, to bring the value in the end of the chain. It's not possible to compare the international companies because they are subsidized, and we also need to have the same conditions here. If you talk about a fair energy transition, we need to put in this equation a very important variable, the passenger. With the tax reform, we increased 20% their ticket. With SAF, you have an increase depending on the carbon footprint. So if you talk about 5%, not in volume, because this bring a very important competition, because the ones who have a SAF with a bigger carbon footprint, because the air companies we won't have to buy such a huge amount. I think there is a very important data in my speech. IATA is the Civil Aviation International Association. They mapped the Latin American states. Brazil's passenger travel by air 0.49 a year. The transportation of people is very important. There's a very relevant social importance because it's not only for work, it's to move people to have medical treatment, to shorten the distance. In Brazil, it's completely different from Europe. When you talk about this huge potential for civil aviation, you say that 0.49 Brazilian fly a year. The Latin America average is 0.63. I'm not going to put the data of the United States and Europe not to be, in order to avoid to be depressive, but we need to take into consideration all these things. We need to think about state policy, but reinforce the economy as a whole, because if you just look at boxes, we are not being sustainable. So I reinforce this overview. Carlos, I'd like to bring 2 or 3 points. The first point is that the solution that you need for Brazil, it's a marked solution. It's an efficient solution. is a solution that has supply sustainability that's economically viable for the consumer. Is an important point in order to have in our horizons. We talk a lot about regulations and funding. We are advancing in the regulation. It's not in the speed that we'd like to have, but there's some advances. The volumetric mandate, the percentile mandate of reduction of air companies. So you have a plurality of possibilities, and each one of these will adapt to in a better way to its necessity. We need to be open to these possibilities. Why to be open? Because regulation with funding this wedding is sustainable taxonomy. We need regulation and economy to be hand in hand, because we need to be this sustainability that look at the biofuels, to have incentive for private and public banks for funding of these biofuels. I'd like to wrap up with two important points. We talked about soy, ethanol, biofuels. Brazil is a big player in this biofuel, but there's the lack of to insert in the legislation. It's about regulation. These are co-processed diesel. It's a type of diesel that comes from soy and with a mineral origin that you mix. You have a renewable diesel that comes from the refineries. We can't just by ideological thought to constraint. We need to foster competitiveness that is going to attract investments to Brazil. It's important to allow that the crop processment of refined diesel will be part of this market. They co-process the biofuel. They are grabbing you don't need to change the infrastructure of trucks, of store, and the logistics in itself. To take advantage of the current logistics for the sector of oil and gas, you're going to transform them and biorefineries to make these requalifications and climate investments. You direct this money to other places to take advantage of the physical infrastructure is fundamental. Perfect. We have a lot of subsidies to be stayed for longer, but I'm going to close here. I'm grateful for your presence. Marcelo, Raquel, Carlos, thank you for bringing inputs to these debates. Let's go together. I believe in the things that we brought together. We just need to expedite this process. Thank you for the panelists. We kindly request you to go back to your places in the audience. Well, the next panel, it's common to both stages. We will talk about integration between health and climate, and we will have the goals to present the political and practice to these more resilient systems of low carbon to be ready for climate emergencies. We invite to the stage the president of the beneficent Israeli society, your Kleisner, Mr. Kleisner, sorry. Dr. Sidney. Dr. Sidney Kleischner. I remind you that the goal of this panel is to present the interconnections between health and climate and policies and practice that foster more resilient systems to be well prepared, better prepared for climate emergencies. The president of the society is the Israeli beneficiary, Priscila Barros, director of subjects technical innovation of Zindo Parmas, Rosana Mastelaro. The manager of innovation in health of SESI, National Department, Tiago Yudital, and member of the Sindus Park Council and moderator of this panel, Guilherme Marada. Guilherme, you have the floor. In first place, and be welcome to our last panel. We have a mission. We are between this panel and the end of these marvelous events with such relevant discussions to the ones who are watching here or online. It's very good to be able to share many ideas. That's part of interaction between the agenda of climate and the agenda of health. We have several overlapping, and the sector of health is a very critical, important sector in order to facilitate and mitigate the climate effects and be one of the most important events for the preparation for extreme events and climate impacts over the health of the population. We have a different dynamic because we have the privilege to have the Sidney Platin is president of hospital, Israeli hospital, one of the leader and reference in Brazil in the world in healthcare and actions of coordination between the private and public sector interactions that we have some part of the guidelines that we had the pleasure to be the leader. We have the panel with Rosana, Tiago, and Priscilla talk specifically about actions that some of these organizations here represented, Centus Farmers, Industry, and SES as part of CNE has done in the sector of health. We start with Dr. Sidney. Good, thank you. In the first place, I'd like to say thank you for the invitation, Ricardo Musi and Guilherme Maratei. It's an honor to be with you to share not only our worries and to have the theme of health being debated in climate discussions that you have been seen very recently. Just give some attention to this theme that will impact any problem with extremes of climate and temperature, but also to show some experience that since it's part of our essence and mission, we have had the opportunity to have regarding to climate and its impacts to health, motivating the issue and importance in its resiliency. We're going to watch a video that summarizes the things that I've been talking about. What if the big challenge to health today, in fact, are we living a climate challenge in relation to human health, or is this is much worse than we have been talking today? Can you go back, please? Climate change represents the biggest threat to to health in the 21st century. It generates chronic problems of health, floods, and other environment bring the increase of diseases transmitted by mosquitoes. For instance, the climate change affect the food production and produce forced movement of populations. The forecast is in the near future the climate change will bring 250,000 deaths a year. The most affected of these are the most vulnerable populations. They are the ones who less contribute to this crisis. We suffered with the effects of climate change, even inside our homes. The health systems also feel this burden. Heating warms and extreme cold, they chart this climate could aggravate this emergency situation. The American continent, 6-7% of health units are located in risky areas. The damage to infrastructures left 24 million people without health services. How to answer to this threat? Our health depends on the decisions we make today. This is a first summary. In a very recent past, we can be talking these scenes in 2023-24. I think it's worth it to summarize in a historical way how does this come from, and the health system where we reach today, almost 100 years after, to have these health numbers and classification of countries that are today outstanding or models in the health systems that are above 89, 90, 91 countries that invested in public health. Public health means sanitation, basic sanitation, water quality, protection from climate extremes, or very well done planning, much more preventive medicine, more than the clinical, the ones that cure disease. We know that 75% of the role that allowed these countries to reach a high level has to do with investments in public health and prevention. At the same time, we deal with factors that countries, especially European countries, get ready to reach a pyramid in the old, to getting old, that the elderly population reached 20% of elderly, and Italy and Portugal 24. In Brazil, in the last years, you take into consideration the last decade, the aging of population is above 65%. So this country is not prepared to have the base of the pyramid, to have a base like this. Something that happens not only for Brazil but around the world. This is a reason for to be worried, because since you have this impact of extremes of temperatures in the population in general, the extreme of age and precondition conditions and vulnerability of people facing this condition is much more difficult. People who will be impacted in their health, as you will see, 250,000 extra deaths because of factors like malaria, and then we have 50% more for death for the increase in the temperature in the elderly population. In the last 20 years, you have seen the increase of temperature. This is not uniform, because we have the population that is getting used to higher temperatures. When they reach 17, 18 degrees in the extreme cold, you see the variation in our country. The same time that 22 degrees can kill people in the north region for cold, you can have 28 degrees in São Paulo, elderly people dying because of the excessive heat, and people who have chronic conditions like hypertension, diabetes, and cardiovascular disease are the most impacted. And what we see is a combination, like we see in this map, about humidity and temperature, excessive humidity and temperature. We have a greater impact in cardiovascular disease, not only the pollutants increasing this disease, but also cardiovascular disease. The most vulnerable are the victims with these extremes of climate extreme, with climate catastrophes, elderly people, children, people in distant communities with difficult to access, and the ones for life conditions that they live in very much riskier conditions to this high temperature, to these temperatures. And you see these newspapers headlines, and climate events, they can be harmful to the healthy units. So in the north coast that we saw the rains and the floods in Rio Grande do Sul that damage a huge part of the health facilities. We know that the hospitals are very prone to have their energy cut, and you see that this climate extreme change is not a privilege of developing countries, but around the world, since you have the burning of the forests here, they increase the impact of respiratory diseases that presented to the hospital. Einstein's are private hospitals with the cases of respiratory problems were bigger than during the COVID, because the fire in the forest covered the whole territory, and the primary health hospitals that the preparation to deal with the floods, although they have generators in the basements, so they lost the electrical power during these floods. At the same time, we have example about the Hurricane Sandy in New York after its landing in the impact in the transportation system that prevents patients and doctors to be in the health units, the primary attention health units in the United States, preventing the population to access these hospitals. And you have a huge gap that took a lot to be recovered for these patients to go back to the basic hospital in the first 6 months. To see the impact in the measurement of the blood pressure that took a long time to recover as before after the passage of the hurricanes. The Hurricane Maria in Puerto Rico that made the mortality rates for several cases, not only because of the impact, they have a spike and they increase due to the lack of access to the sector of this health sector. You could also talk about the Katrina phenomena, and why our hospital is originating in the private sector, is talking about climate change. Einstein was founded by the Jewish community 70 years ago. We were happy to celebrate our 70th anniversary, a way to retribute to the Brazilian society, to retribute the moment of its migration after World War II. And since its foundation, we put as our mission three paramount items: that excellence in the service, generation of knowledge, and especially the social responsibility. This mission of the foundation is a strategic plan. That's our essence, our purpose, based in Jewish principles, the teaching, assistance of health, and also the social responsibility, the sense that for us is to give a drop Einstein to bring health to more and more human beings through the excellence that transform, the care that humanize, and the knowledge that builds. Due to this, one organization that has as a purpose to deliver more healthier people. So we need to be related with these impacts of the climate changes in the health systems, where the populations that they lack these quality policies. When you talk about the seek for equality, so talking about this Einstein, that maybe people know us as the 27th best hospital in the world, or one among the 50 more technological hospitals in the world, but in a hospital that has 2 hospitals in the private sector that manage 2 other hospitals in the public sector, that has a teaching sector that you have thousands of students a year. That's one that has more papers that's not linked to a public institution, but has teaching units, units of digital service that makes our activities much bigger than the public sector than the private sectors, with the participation of municipalities, states, and federal governments, with the support of the surplus, that in case that the surplus is is given back in the way of products. We were talking value. That means investments of SUS that in a 3-year time reaches 2 billion of reais, and they are linked to sustainability, linked to the mitigation of impact of the climate change and the health system. So we call attention to talk about the need for the health system to be more resilient, to be prepared in 2 ways: the education of the population, in the professional capacitation building, and the influence in the health infrastructure that can be able to resist it to climate change. We were able to talk about the forest like COP in less than 1 month, and COP30 in the Climate Week in New York last year. In the meetings and the Global Pact panels, we were able to the ambassador. We talk about health and well-being. This is a role that not only you have the initiative facing the population, the most vulnerable population, but it's calling the attention about the need of the health system to be prepared, and their professionals in the population in the mitigation of this impact, and to bring these opportunities to other countries who have been doing in the festival of South by South in Texas, Futurist Festival that's done. We've been participating for 3 years, taking technology to mitigate these impacts in our actions in Amazon, that we are going to have be able to talk a little bit, and 2 projects in partnership with the Ministry of Health. One project that seeks, together with ESAs, with health professionals in the indigenous people community, to talk about 800,000 people that live in more than 50 tribes. Yeah, health condition especially, environmental impact in health to the time, the prevention of climate things, and the impacts in the health of this population, put a big data platform that will become information in 2026 that will be provided there for health ministry to provide in this region. Another project is Mediasis. It's a project that associates not only health, the indigenous people in Quilombola communities with data about the quality of the land and water, in link with the organizations that already are there, so in a way that we prevent that this impact of climate change be a negative problem, be a problem. In one of the projects together with Ministry of Health are the community in the Bank Rivers, that is the specialized ambulatory services, that in order to have an appointment with some of these communities, they have to go by boat. In the North Rio and Center West region, they take around 24 hours in order to have these medical consultations in Center A. That's your documented case, because due to back pain, people travel for 24 hours to be consulted, and through a notebook with an internet signal that is a simplified signal, a base unity of health can book a consultation. In this consultation, you have a doctor, a patient, his family, and this appointment since from 2021 till today, we have almost 450,000 appointments with a high level of solution of primary attention that are in touch with our telemedicine. That it's an example. A patient found a thyroid problem, and she is followed by a virtual tele-laboratory, impacting in a positive way the cost and agility. For instance, current drought situation when this population who didn't have mobility due to the dry rivers. Other projects you are able to actuate has to do with our catastrophe team that encompasses doctors, nurses, psychologists in Rio Grande do Sul, people of the maintenance. They participate in the recovery of hospitals. So this catastrophe team, they unite professionals, they trained that face emergencies. And one last year, one this year, this team went to Curipapo. It's the dog's head that's close to the border with Venezuela, in order to have expertise to deal with this community in a virtual ways. Some cases were very important in the reduction to people who used to die if they were not served by a doctor's consultation, especially when you have heavy rains in the north littoral. They change this basic, and these emergency were damaged. So we have the recovery, the rebuilding of 3 hospitals with maintenance team from Murumbi contributing at least for mitigation the impacts in the health system, and then recovery, the faster recovery of these hospitals. So my message in these 15 minutes is call your attention to importance of professional training and in the point of view of leadership or understanding of the population, importance of initial prevention and self-care and preparation of the infrastructure that these health systems are ready to be more resilient. Maybe you could talk about in other occasions talk about the impact, the effects of the emission of carbon of the healthy units that encompasses 5% of the environmental what you have done for this carbon mitigation. But we understand that we have happened regarding the increase of the temperatures, and at the same time the health systems need to be ready. We need to go in the direction that the health systems, we have to prevent our system not to be one of the causes for this climate change. Thank you. It's a huge pleasure to be able to drive this, to be the leader of this group, the integration between health and climate, because of the partnerships with the Hospital Einstein, to count with the team and all the knowledge that Einstein brought to us. I'll talk about myself. I've been working in the health industry for 25 years, the pharmaceutical industry. I was president of America, a German laboratory here in Brazil. In the eye sector that was bought by a Canadian company. I worked more recently as a CEO of Natulab, that you have the Patria Fund, but I dedicate parts of my country outside Brazil. I spent 13 years in the United States. It was an opportunity, an incredible opportunity to be able to know, to go deeper, and to perceive that many of the initiatives that we have in Brazil for national or multinational companies are a reference to the world. Brazil has several initiatives. One of them, like telemedicine, that was showed by the doctor in the preparation for disasters and emergency prevention. Einstein is one of the leaders, especially the floods and extreme events in Rio Grande do Sul. So, some few other developed countries or emerging countries can count with. It's a huge privilege to be here today talking about recommendation initiatives that Brazil can champion, that in the next versions of the COPs, the health theme continue to be a central theme as it is. It's a fundamental theme in the area. I have just one slide that I want to go deeper to mention that the health is a fundamental pillar in the climate agenda for two main reasons. Health is responsible for an important part of the emissions. If the health units were a country, it would be the fifth emitter, so there is a very important in these emissions. So there's a very important role in the mitigation of this emission regarding energy and water consumption and waste. But it's important, and even more important is the fact that the health consultant is a tool in the preparation and in the protection of the population when facing tackling extreme climate events and having the need to act and coordinate to protect the population or mitigate the effects of these events. And one of these initiatives are part of this such an important agenda. Very important. We have three main recommendations, but all three go through a coordination between private and public sector, and they show the preparation and importance of the private sector in this agenda, especially a well-structured initiative, the capacity of coordination, the health segments and different sectors of the economy, investment, innovation, technology, they are so important and essential to several possibilities that we have for mitigation of the climate impact. We have the opportunity in the collaboration with Einstein
and with also the NATA, the National Association of Private Hospitals, led by Dr. Brittle, and we have partnership with the pharmaceutical brands, Pharma and Pharma, which were of paramount importance for us, and we've been working with multiple pharmaceutical brands in the world, and also with the collaboration of the Hospital Association. So everybody has participated in this group of recommendation that will detail in this panel. I don't want to go through all of these details. We have the three priorities that are part of the report that we produced. This report is available on the website with a certain precision. So you as a company and as a businessman, you can see these three priorities. Dr. Sid mentioned about the first priority to promote integrated and resilient response mechanisms through cross-sector collaboration like tele-AMS and GMA PRÉ groups that Einstein Hospital leads. We will be talking about the resilience of operation, mainly in the pharmaceutical sector, but also in other sectors of health. And we have an example which is inspiring of reversed policies, which was led by Rosani, and she is here. She can comment on that a little bit more. So these are the three priorities that we listed, and we have the opportunity to listen to Tiago, who comes from SESI, which is one of the main organizations of training in our task force. Regardless of the technology, of the investments, and of the innovation, without the training, we are nothing. We cannot update people, personnel without training. And Tiago will mention a little bit more about that as well. I will compensate asking Priscilla to talk a little bit about the activities. We have multiple examples of reduction of consumption of water. You have already done that, mainly in the past. We've been using the technology, right, pretty much to purify the water. We had reactors, external reactors, compressors, filters, and this made us reduce the consumption of water in 30%, up to 30%. And you have been working with this, Priscilla, in order to mitigate the climate changes and the impact. Priscilla, please. Thank you. We do have a lot of solutions, digital solutions that would focus in order to try and have a scenario of contributions for this agenda of the climate agenda. We have two forefronts. The first front is of medication, and the second one is of resolution. And when it comes to mitigation, we have the reduction in the consumption and industries and plants, right? Industrial plants, and we do have another topic, which is of efficiency. We have a project of a high efficiency of water consumption. In France, we have already reached the targets that we put forward, right? So we pretty much have all the plans there with these solar panels, which are of paramount importance in all the addresses of our factories there in France. We do have the solar panels, and we have this target of reducing even more. We're reducing more than 30% of the consumption of water up to 2030. So we're trying and eliminate the effects and impacts of the climate change, mainly in terms of the vulnerable population. Right? Whenever we have a crisis, an emergency, climate emergency, the most vulnerable communities are the most impacted communities. And through our philanthropical arm, the foundational app, we are able to have the response to these climate crises. In Brazil, we have an example that is pretty robust. The response to the climate crisis in Rio Grande do Sul. We were able to make available the 1,300 medications that impacted a lot of communities there in Rio Grande do Sul. And with the support of the Secretary of Health in the state, we were able to pretty much use these medicines in a very rational way, reducing the risks, mitigating the impact in all of those communities. So that was a situation of climate emergency. And think that the climate emergencies will continue to over and over again. So the private sector has a role, plays a role in the mitigation of these crises. And we also have the digital tool, which is the digital data bank. We work with SESI, and we understand that in the journey of the patient, this journey represents 50% of the emission of carbon in the health sector. So the patient that comes from the diagnosis and goes all the way to the consultations, appointments, and so forth, right? So a lot of individuals, a lot of patients have to be pretty much transported to another place. So we need to calculate how many tons of carbon each patient emits. So the government, how many tons of carbon is the government pretty much investing or emitting, right, for each patient. So we have to calculate that in order for us to mitigate the emission and this carbon footprint. So we have a calculator which does that, which is one of our initiatives. We have a global standard for our products. So by the end of the year, 100% of our products will be 100% standardized with eco-design in order to mitigate each footprint. And the primary material that will be used for this eco product is completely renewable. We are thinking about the whole circular economy, right? All of our products from this year on will be according to the standard. So this is something that we've been investing, we've been doing concrete actions in order to decrease the impact in this production chain. Thank you, Priscilla. It is important to notice that all of these activities are being done by CNFT, and they are not the only ones. We have multiple reports with the activities of multiple pharmaceutical brands with the adaptation activities in order to go through this moment, which is critical for the sector of health and in integration with the climate change. So I'd like to pass the floor to Rosanna. Would you comment on the program Lognet? Rosanna has been working in pharma for the past 17 years, and she has multiple experiences with regulations, laws, legislation, and she participated in the trajectory of this program. Only recently she operated with this plan, but we have multiple figure, which is really huge. Tons of pretty much waste that is being reused. We have more than 100 posts of collection, 2,800 posts, right, of collection. So this system involved not only one segment, embraced not only one part of the sector of health, but diversity, a sheer diversity of institutions. We have 18 other entities in the health sector, so the retail as well as the wholesale. So this is inspiring for other countries as well. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for your introduction. This is a project that offers benefits of paramount importance for the government and for the population. And this is a collaborative work, and a multi-sector work, a cross-cutting work. It is crystal clear. The logic is crystal clear. When the distributor, the supplier, goes to the pharmaceutical port or to a drugstore in order to distribute the medicines, he will collect the expired medicines in order to renew it. So once the residue, once the tailings, right, the medicine can be reused, it will be taken to a distribution center of the industry, and the industry will be allocating this medicine, this chemical, in a proper way, in a circular way. So we have construction materials, and we also have other sorts of materials. The great majority majority of the states, in the great majority of the states, currently we have a waste bin that is separated from the waste, other waste bins. It doesn't pollute the water, and this is something that we've been doing with the pharmaceutical sector. We are not supported by the government. All the clients are the ones to support us and sponsor us. So this brings about a benefit to the patient and to the nature, to the environment. So in 2024, we reached more than 135 million patients that were attended with the renewable medicines. We have a target as well, and it is interesting because the target is not quantitative, because we need to think about the rationale, the smart way to reuse this, right? So otherwise we would have to reach the target in numbers. So we have points that are installed in the bigger as well as in the smaller cities, and we act in 26 countries and in the federal district. So this is a successful case of collaboration among many sectors without passing the bill to the government. Everybody contributes within their expertise, and it works quite well. I think that this is a program that should be used as a case, a successful case, especially because of the coordination that was done within the industrial sector, pharmaceutical sector, and the industries, the companies that pretty much share the expenses and collaborated in the design of this program. But also with this partnership and collaboration of all the distribution chains, the retail sellers that have collection, hotspots, and this is a collaboration case that is really a paramount importance for all of us, and it is hard to do something with this part of the economy, and we need more collaboration. So excellent. I'd like to pass the floor to Tiago. We have very little time, but it is important to listen, Flavio, about the role of SESI in the training of professionals with this reality of evolution that is every time coming more and more in terms of technology and climate sustainability. Good afternoon. Thank you for the introduction. It is an honor to be here with all of you. SESI has these three great areas: education, culture, and health. Within health, in 2024, we attended more than 65 companies, more than 4 million workers with access to health, with access to the services of paramount importance for them. And within this agenda of health and climate, we've been working in this strategy of a digital healthcare, in order for us to improve the access to healthcare. And in order for us to optimize the usage of the resources, decreasing the allocation and transportation, in order for the technology to coordinate these healthcare appointments and to attend this industry. And in the sense, we've been working in this platform, which is embedded in on our platform, right? And this is a journey. This is part of the journey of appointments and attendance, right? And we have a longitudinal, we have a length and a lifespan of this platform, which is huge, and we have an embarkment of healthcare technology. So we embed technology in the health platforms and the health panel. So in the sense, we've been doing actions, specific activities for COP30 in terms of mitigation. we are embedding this technology and taking this technology to the riverine communities as well as rural communities and indigenous communities. We have a calculator in order to measure the emissions, the avoidable emissions of CO2, mainly when we want to apply the digital technologies. So we use this calculator in order to optimize the activities. And we also have a protocol of response to climate crisis, as we mentioned before. So this is something else that we are doing in Rio Grande do Sul. We supported the industry, and we protected people in this crisis. We predict continuity and safety to the employees, to the workers as well. So everything is embedded in this platform, and we bring about collaboration as well. We have collaborators, we have our sponsors, we have the National Council, SASI, working with the Ministry of Health, and we work with Castelo Pibes, Fiocruz, so to bring about this perspective of care, of healthcare as a whole. So these are some of the activities that we've been doing, trying and pretty much approximating ourselves, drawing ourselves closer to this COP30 agenda. I'd like to thank all of you, Dr. Sidney, especially because you came to Brazil to participate solely in this event and do this presentation. And you're representing Einstein here in telling us what Einstein has been doing in terms of sustainability. You're representing your institutions, and I'd like to finish talking about the importance of health to climate changes. Health is of paramount importance. The climate crisis goes along or hand in hand with the climate changes and climate crisis. So we have to work with the private sector as well as public sector to address this crisis. And most importantly, Brazil has a potential to lead the way and to be a reference in the world and to lead the initiatives that can be the inspiration to other countries. So it is a privilege to launch the initiative of SBCOP in Brazil this year. And I'm proud to pretty much put health as one of the main topics in the agenda of COP30, which will be of paramount importance for the upcoming years when we handle the society and this crisis as a society. And we will have a cocktail now, and we will be able to conversate a little bit more. Thank you for the organization of SBCOP, and Ricardo Musi, thank you for the invitation to this initiative. Thank you all. I'd like to thank the participation of the panelists. And at the same time, I'd like to thank the presence of everybody who is here participating in this event. I'd like to ask you to give back the radio, the receivers, and I'd like to invite you to the cocktail, which will be served just here by the side of this main hall. Thank you. Main auditorium. Thank you.